Good evening. Welcome to the Joint Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners meeting of May the 3rd, 2022. I am Briggs Simmons, the Planning and Zoning Chairperson. Prior to this meeting, announcements were posted and notices were sent to all board members, commissioners, staff, and interested parties and applicants participating in this meeting. I will now turn it over to Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones, Board Chair, to introduce and confirm the presence of the commissioners. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons, and good evening to the Board of Commissioners and also to our Planning and Zoning Committee and to the citizens of Douglas County, most importantly, and all our stakeholders that's here tonight. Certainly would like to start with myself as an introduction, and I will introduce our Board of Commissioners. Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones, the Chairwoman of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. And to my right, we have Vice Chairman Kelly Robinson and District 2 Commissioner Kelly Robinson. And to his right is District 4 Commissioner Ann Jones-Guider. And to her right is District 3 Commissioner Terenia Carthen. And to Commissioner Carthen's right is our District 1 Commissioner Henry Mitchell III. So these are our commissioners, and that's our introduction, and I'll yield back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Present are members of the Planning and Zoning Board. That would be Rob Thomas, our Vice Chairman, Brandon Penniman, Teresa Knowles, Ori Curry, Frank Payne, and our school board representative, Kirk Nicholson, down on the end. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a quorum with our Planning and Zoning Board. Allison Duncan, our Planning and Zoning Manager, will now introduce the county staff and Planning and Zoning staff present. Ms. Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This evening we have with us Deputy County Administrator Frederick Perry, Assistant County Administrator Tiffany Stewart Stanley, County Attorney Michael Coleman, Managing Director James Worthington, Managing Director Miguel Valentin, Senior Zoning Administrator Phil Schaefer, Clerk of the Planning and Zoning Board Johanna Womack, and Planning and Zoning Secretary Kim Waters.
Thank you very much. Procedure tonight, there is a reversionary clause that applies to each rezoning, and that is the applicant, the agent, or the property owner has 24 months to vest the zoning change after the Board of Commissioners have granted an approval. Tonight's procedures, I will conduct the public hearings on these matters. Planning and Zoning staff will announce each application, followed by a full presentation on that application. The applicant, their representative, and members of the public in favor of the application will be able to present their information. They will have 15 minutes total, 2 minutes per person to speak on behalf of the application. Members of the public in opposition to the application will be able to present their information. They also will have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes. After the opposition completes their input or the time has elapsed, public hearing will be officially closed. At this point, the staff will clarify any points of the zoning case that the Planning and Zoning Board might have. Should the staff not be able to clarify the points, the applicant will be asked questions that would clarify, and this is not a time for the applicant or the representative to represent their case, just answer those questions. Following that, the Planning and Zoning Board will entertain a motion. Our first agenda item tonight is the approval of the minutes of our April 5th, 2022 Planning and Zoning and Board of Commissioners meeting. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have those minutes? Do I have any comments, questions, or changes? Hearing none, Planning and Zoning Board would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, it's Rob Thomas. I'd like to have a motion to approve the minutes from the April 5th, 2022 meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion, Planning and Zoning Board?
Mr. Chairman, I was absent for that meeting, so I went up to
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nicholson. Everyone in favor of approving the minutes of the April 5th, 2022 meeting, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. The motion passes. Madam Chairman, the minutes of the April 5th, 2022 meeting are unanimously approved.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the April 5th, 2022 minutes, and I want to, for the record, state that I was not present for this meeting. So therefore, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the meeting minutes of April 5th, 2022, as presented and recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board.
Second.
All
Okay.
right, we got,
No, you got it.
all right, to my peers, we have a motion, a second. Are we doing this online by hand, Madam Chair, or how will we do ours?
By hand.
By hand. All right. Commissioner from the 1st District, sir, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner from the 3rd District, Trinity Carlton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Angelos Goddard from the 4th District, how do you vote?
Yes.
Keller Robinson from the 2nd District, I vote yes. Madam Chair, we have a 4-0 unanimous vote. We have 1 abstain because of your presence not being there. I yield the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I yield back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much. Will the staff please introduce the first agenda item, please?
Yes, sir. The first agenda item is application Z 2022-36, Foxfield Douglas LLC. This is a request for rezoning from RLD, residential low density, to PUD, planned unit development, for a master planned community located on Highway 92 in Douglasville. This is land lot 109, District 1, Section 5, and parcels 129. Also land lots 129, District 1, Section 5, and parcels 18 and 20. Also land lots 130, District 1, Section 5, and parcels 6, 7, and a portion of 8. The total land area is 123.21 acres, though we will only be considering a portion of that this evening. The application is signed by Harry Kitchens Jr., and this is in Commission District Number 2. One point of clarification on this application. Tonight we are presenting this for a hearing only. We are going to request that the vote on this item be tabled till June 7th, 2022, to allow for the completion of the Development of Regional Impact Review. And I'm happy to continue with the report.
Yes,
You're
if you would, please go ahead and give your findings and
Thank you.
report.
Thank you. So the applicant requests a zoning change to a planned unit development to construct a mixed-use master plan development. This will include a mix of single-family townhomes, multifamily apartments, a commercial center that includes shop, restaurants, and a hotel, as well as opportunities for office development and a greenway trail. The development of this node has been anticipated in both the 2007 LCI study and the 2019 Lee Road Small Area Master Plan. In December of 2021, zoning entitlement was granted for Project Silver. That was a 38-acre production studio with 60,000 square feet of professional office space and multiple production stages. So even though that zoning entitlement was already granted, we do consider this part of the overall master plan that was contemplated in both the LCI study and the Lee Road area master plan. So this application considers an additional 59 acres of development that is compatible with the principles of the aspirational plan. I will show you that aspirational plan in a moment that has been approved by the Board of Commissioners for this area. There are 2 future development tracks that are contemplated, but I just want to be clear they are not under consideration as a part of this zoning action because they are currently inaccessible due to infrastructure limitations. This is going to be a multi-phase plan development. It's estimated currently for a 5-year build-out. The initial phase of the development in 2023 is anticipated to include up to 450 apartments and townhomes and a 110-key hotel. In 2024, it is anticipated that the office, professional, and commercial areas will begin to develop and continue through 2025. So I'm going to share with you a proposed breakdown of the mix of uses in the development, and then as I move through the presentation, we'll actually show you some images of what they're proposing. But just to clarify, the 59 acres under consideration this evening includes approximately 13 acres for multifamily development. They're proposing a density of up to 40 units per acre. That would give a maximum overall development capacity in that node of 534 units. They're proposing about 8 acres of townhome development. They're asking for a density of 14 units per acre for a maximum development capacity of around 113 units. They're proposing 8.91 acres of commercial development and asking to be allowed for 128,500 gross square feet of commercial space. There's 2 acres of office professional development that is contemplated with the 30,000 square foot office professional space. And then there are 12.9 acres that are indicated as being appropriate for either office professional development that contemplates 170,000 square feet of office professional space, or multifamily residential development that contemplates 309 residential units. And then finally, 11.8 acres will be used for open space that includes a greenway trail. And then just to clarify, this is a planned unit development, and so the document will be bound by overall development standards. This will serve as the zoning text that will supersede the base zoning on the project. There are some specific areas where they have asked for some provisions for the overall development standards to govern, and any place that is not directly addressed by the overall development standards, the Unified Development Code will govern in those areas. And I have included some of the examples here where they've asked for some changes to the provisions of the Unified Development Code, which includes some specific provisions of Article 3, some specific provisions relating to the Corridor Overlay District of Article 4, some of the zoning buffers required under Article 5, some of the off-street parking requirements of Article 6, the sign regulations of Article 7, the landscape regulations of Article 8, and the project design construction standards of Article 10. And I'll walk you through the overall site plan in just a moment so you can see a little bit more detail what that looks like. So in addition to the overall development standards, there will be an overall regulating plan, and that is what we're showing you here. So this overall regulating plan is the guiding document that shows the breakdown of land uses. There's also a series of graphic standards that we will show you as we move throughout this presentation that govern kind of the character of what we'll see for this overall development proposal. So here is the zoning map that shows the general base zoning in the area. Here's an aerial image of the parcel under consideration. This is the recommendation plan from the 2007 LCI. And again, the 2019 Lee Road Area Small Area Plan, this is the aspirational plan. So again, just to underscore that this is a node where the county has anticipated development for quite some time. This is a graphic that we used to illustrate the parcels under consideration as a part of the overall development site. So just as a reminder, the parcel there in red, that was the tract that was approved in December for the movie studio. The parcel in green is the area that we're considering as a part of the zoning application this evening. And then the two parcels there in blue, those are the phases for future development. Those are contemplated to be considered down the road, but they are not a part of the zoning that we are considering this evening. We're only considering the tract in green on this illustration. So here's the overall acreage, the entirety of the project. Here's the illustrative master plan that was included in your packet that shows the mix of uses in the Greenway Trail and also shows the project in relation to the surrounding parcels. And then here's the sub-area land use plan that shows that breakdown of the acreages that I had alluded to. So the townhome, the multifamily residential, the commercial, and the office. The existing conditions showing that it is a heavily wooded tract. It does have a creek running through the middle of the property. Does have frontage along Highway 92. You can also see to the north of the property, it shows the proposed footprint of the movie studio, and so you can see how that relates to the overall project in the area. And then here is the proposed phasing plan. We have some typical road sections here. If you have any questions as we move through our presentation in regard to the road sections, we will defer those questions to Director Valentine. Some more details of what the typical road sections of the project will be, and then an illustration of the multi-use trail for the project. The architectural precedents. So this is a document that will be used as we move through the development review of the project should the zoning entitlement be approved by the Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners. These are the architectural precedents that we will use as we consider the overall approval of the development standards as they build out the project, as they move through the Development Review Committee. And then the renderings to give you a flavor of what can be anticipated for the project, including the commercial architectural rendering, the office architectural rendering, the townhome rendering, multifamily area. And then finally, some typical hardscape standards, intersection enhancements. And then I will conclude here with the overall regulating plan as a reminder that all of these documents that I have just shared with you previously, in conjunction with the overall development standards, which is the zoning text for the project, will comprise the approvals for the planned unit development for the project. So staff did perform an analysis, and we do find that this is substantially compatible with the planned unit development that they are seeking. But as a reminder, this evening is for hearing only. We are requesting that this be tabled to the June 7th, 2022 regular meeting to give time for the Development and Regional Impact Review to be completed. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. If you would just stand by for a moment, I will open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, please step to the podium. You would have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Everyone. My name is Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 489. Pleased to introduce tonight Mr. Harry Kitchen, seated on the 4th row. Next to him, family member Ashley Kitchen, and then to his right, the master plan designer, Mr. Matt Mitchell. This project, as many of you know, has been sort of in the formative stages since 2018, when the Development Authority first put the Richardson property under contract. I'm delighted to tell you that that is now closed, and the property for the movie studio has now closed. Since 2018, a great deal of plans have come and gone before the Board of Commissioners and others, and we're delighted to say that we've now come to the place where it looks like we're going to be able to build something like a community within a community. And it's the vision of the Kitchen family and Mr. Matt Mitchell. And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to Harry and Matt, and they can walk you through part of where they now stand on the process. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
they would have 2 minutes also.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Harry Kitchen. I'm the president of the Foxfield Company and the developer for the trails.
Your address, sir.
Pardon me?
Your address.
My address is 5 Knightsbridge Lane, Hilton Head, South Carolina. Okay?
Thank you.
And so I just want to thank everybody for their consideration. This has been a process of several years where we've worked very closely with planning and zoning and with Elevate Douglas. We are very excited about it. I think we have a plan that it has the vision that we had heard from the people that we first met in the community. It's a well-balanced plan. It'll be developed very quickly. Normally, these things can take several years. In this case, the amount of interest that we have, it'll be executed, I think, very quickly in 3 to 5 years. So with that, I'll introduce Matt Mitchell with Thomas & Hutton Engineering. Matt is the author of the land plan, and so I'll let him speak to it, and I'll be available for questions at the end. So thank you very
Mr.
much.
Kitchens.
I am Matt Mitchell, 6470 Whispering Trail, Sandy Springs. Thanks, Harry. You know, it's been a process. We've worked closely with Allison and the team in planning and zoning to kind of work through multiple iterations of this plan over time. It's been very much a collaborative process. The county definitely had a stake in this property. A lot of land deals going on, but also in the way that the vision, the LCI studies, there's a lot that's gone into this property in terms of from the county's perspective. So with Foxfield and our team, we really wanted to honor that effort and really bring that together in a way that not only respected what had been done in the past, but bring something that can get done quickly and get out of the ground and be a good thing for this part of the county. But I'm in support, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please step to the podium. You would have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the presentation. Do I have any questions of the applicant's representative, or the staff?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, probably for staff would be fine.
Go ahead.
Ms. Duncan, what is the character of this development? Will it have like an overall look to it? Will it blend in with the surrounding proposed development?
Sure. So in regard to the character of the development, the overall graphic package that was included as a part of the zoning application, I think, has been presented to you to describe what we anticipate will be developed. And I don't know if the slides will be pulled up again on the screen so you can see, but if they can be, we're sharing now kind of the renderings. Thank you. We're sharing the renderings that have been submitted as a part of the project to say that what I believe they have done a good job of doing with these renderings is leaving themselves the flexibility, to provide sort of new and modern materials into the area, but also reflect the traditional nature that we already see represented in the corridor overlay. So our corridor overlay has a heavy emphasis on brick design and brick development, but for the most part, that corridor overlay has been applied, on a parcel by parcel basis, mostly along the far edge of Highway 92. So given that this is a deeper project and kind of goes further back from the corridor, we feel that you can see, for example, in the office architectural rendering, they have reflected a lot of what you currently see on the corridor overlay. In the commercial architectural, they're giving you a flavor of where they're working with that architectural precedent, but also kind of giving it sort of a new and modern feel that is more in keeping with what you would see coming into communities in 2022. And then you can see in both of the residential representations, clean lines and solid massing of the buildings, but also a reflection of, kind of that traditional character that we already see on the corridor. I'm going to go here to the illustrative master plan, if you will bear with me in the slides, because one other point I'd like to emphasize about this site using the illustrative master plan is I think they're doing a good job of preserving that greenway trail through the middle, right? And so we know in Douglas County that we have a heavy emphasis on preserving, our tree cover, and so I think that they're doing a good job in here. If you see with the street tree plantings that they're doing, putting in the pedestrian infrastructure, and kind of the commercial office area, making sure that the residential is tied into the commercial and the office area through a good pedestrian network, but then also keeping that green belt, through the middle that will be part of the multi-use trail that will connect beyond this project to kind of the larger pedestrian improvements that we're making along Highway 92 and the Lee Road corridor. They are working in areas where they have kind of an adjacent development to make sure that they're meeting the requirements of the zoning buffers in that area. They did seek a small variance, and they were granted that variance by the Planning and Zoning Board, particularly kind of on that northern property line, should that develop as an office development adjacent to residential. But they're very amenable in working with the desires of the adjacent property owners to make sure that they preserved kind of that buffering area there as well. So short answer to your question is I do think that they have tried very hard to look at our code, look at the overall aspiration plans of both the LCI and the Lee Road Small Area Study, and reflect what is appropriate from those studies based on the conditions on the ground in this overall development.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. Duncan, one other
Yes, sir.
question. You mentioned that this has to continue to be looked at by the, I forget what the committee's called, but.
Correct. The
is that
Atlanta
with
Regional
Atlanta?
Commission and
Okay.
the Georgia Regional Transportation Authority.
So what's the timeline for that?
So I believe that they have got through the completeness check for submitting all their documents. There was a little bit of back and forth and kind of submitting the requested documents. The regional authorities had asked for some small revisions to what was submitted, and so they've gone through the completeness check. And I believe they anticipate having the regional review, I believe sometime mid-May, and so we anticipate that there should be findings issued sometime the end of May. So right now we think they're on track to have that completed in time for our June 7th meeting, and I don't know if Harry or anybody on his team has more of an update on that than I have, but I think the latest emails that I've seen suggest that they should be completed by their June 7th timeline. Does that sound right? That sounds right.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Planning and Zoning Board.
Yes, this is Frank Payne. I have a question for the applicant. What type of time frame from start to completion of the project?
Yes, sir. I think it's about 5 years. And so we have to start out kind of sequencing that. So the first is to work with Elevate Douglas and the county to build a spine road. So we're dedicating the underlying ground for that. And so the road starts first, and the road is important also for the Holder property adjacent to us. And so we are dedicating the right-of-way. They are going to design that very quickly. I think we're working with with your local county engineer. And so they'll hire someone to do the design, and then they'll put it out to bid. So the road design and that awarding that is going to be first. We already have interest in every component of this project from tenants and/or vertical developers. So we have to wait for the road to get designed, and then we'll continue to progress with the marketing and execution of our plan. So I think it's still 5 years. You've got 18-month timetable for the design and the installation of the road. Parallel to that, as you can see on Allison's drawing, our greenway. So the greenway will be built by us in coordination with the timing of the road. So we will be building an 8-foot wide walkway, quote, bike path from Fairburn Road, and then it'll widen out to include the greenway and the streams and the stream buffers. So we're basically taking property that you would not want to impact, such as streams, and we're turning that into an amenity by weaving the 8-foot wide walking trail from front all the way to the back of the property, and hopefully connect to your trail system, okay, as that's developed behind us. So that'll be done in conjunction. We've earmarked $1 million just for the landscaping and the building of the greenway, okay? That'll be done in conjunction with the road. At that point, we will grade the property. We're also working with the Water and Sewer Department in bringing the sewer line 5,000 feet from the property that'll serve my property as well as the Holder property. And we are entering into an agreement to contribute $1 million to the execution of delivery of the sewer to the property, my property and the Holder property, okay? So all that's being done, all that's being sequenced, and then we'll go vertical with the construction. We already have selected a vertical residential developer. We had 5 different companies to choose from. We have chosen one out of Washington, D.C., very well capitalized, very good developer for the residential component of this. It's going to happen very quickly. The road really is the kickoff. So we have to have the road design, and we have to have the greenway design, and once that's executed, and then we'll be off and running. So it's going to be happening in sequence. We already know what the sequence is, and it'll happen very quickly, but the entire timeline from the time the road gets in to the end is going to be 4 to 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you speak on the commercial component? I noticed going to be some of the mixed-use development there.
Yes, so we had a certain amount of land to work with. And so, again, we were trying to be respective of what y'all had done before in master plan and kind of what you wanted to see there. And Commissioner Robinson, we had talked about it being something very special for the community. In doing that and doing these mixed-use projects, it's very critical once you do this plan that the components of it, when they're put together collectively, make it a point of destination. The real key is putting together an intelligent plan and then being able to execute it with parts of it that are going to be, contribute something to the plan. So all the parts together create a special destination. We think that's exactly what we've done. So the commercial is only about 9 acres. Of that 9 acres, we have 2 to 2.5 acres for a hotel. Okay, I think it's very important that part of the plan that we have one hotel. Okay, I believe the numbers that I've heard with the Holder project, the movie studio that build out, they'll have 2,000 people working there. Okay, and a lot of those people coming and going. Okay. In addition to the area that you have, and again, the nexus for this conversation in the beginning was the Lee Road extension. Now, the Lee Road extension, although it's not built yet, is very important to this project. We need that. It doesn't have to be there today, but it needs to be there, okay? And so that's how we got in the conversation to begin with when we were introduced to Chris, and we started having this conversation. It was first about the Lee Road extension is a very, very important project for this community, and here's what we would like to see, okay? So so I think that is an important part of the kind of the mix too. But the commercial is 9 acres, of which we have about 7 acres of what we'll call, village commercial. So the vision for it, if you look at the site plan, is much like you see in other communities that are trying to create a sense of place, a sense of coming together. And if you look at Avalon, if you look at Alpharetta, they build them around some green space. And so we have 3 8,000-foot buildings, single story, around a green space. And so we think that'll be very much a gathering place for people from all over the community, but also the people in the residential, the people in the office, and the people at the Holder project, which is the movie studio. So we can come together around this green space and create a sense of community there where a lot of interaction. And so that's really the key.
Okay. Just real quick, you mentioned village type of commercial. Give me some examples of what?
Well, I think those are the examples. When I say village type commercial, I'm talking about a gathering place. So, so it has, it has coffee shops, and it has restaurants, and it has retail to service those people that are around there, but also people in the community that come there. And will find it to be I think, a very inviting place. So when I say village commercial, I'm just saying village in the sense that it's a gathering place. It's a place for interaction. It's a place for making good memories. We've seen this, again, executed in some of these places that we're talking about, and I think it's really good. Remember, you have roughly 430 or 440 residential units. Of that, that's going to generate a lot of people. But you also have people at the hotel, you have people in the office buildings, you have people in the movie studio. So they need a place to go, but it's not just for them. It's really for the community. I mean, we see this, we did this, we're doing a 181-acre, $300 million project in Covington, and we have 29 acres of green space, and we have 4.5 miles of walking trails and sidewalks. So it truly is a sense of connectivity and community, and that's what we're trying to do.
I was going to ask you next. Have you done a project similar to this before?
That
So the one in Covington is you working on now? Is that complete, or is that still being worked on?
It's, we have 650 residential units. First phase, 350 apartments are out of the ground. We have an $80 million townhome project that's getting ready to break ground. We put $12 million of infrastructure in up front. Publix shopping center, Residence Inn, Staybridge Suites, and Courtyard by Marriott at the hotels. We have 20 acres of restaurants and shops. Of that, I have 1.25 acres left. So it's way down the road. Yes, sir. It's not complete.
Can I add, with the village commercial too, we've, in my thought, it faces the exterior as well. It's not just, you don't have a back of house, you don't separate yourself from the neighborhood. It's more a part of the neighborhood. It's meant to face the neighborhood. It's meant to bridge the gap between Fairburn Road and the multi-family in the back. So it's more of a, the tenants that would come here, smaller tenants, restaurants, would obviously be a key, try to get some good restaurants in there to utilize that green space and get that green space used. But not having that back side, serving from the front, loading from the front, and not having that buffer between commercial and the neighborhood, I think it goes a long way into creating that kind of mixed-use feel and community that people want and like.
And walkability, I mean, from the apartments, and from the office, and from the movie studio, and from the street. People can walk up there and gather around, and that's what we're trying to create. We're not trying to build a strip center. We're trying to make all the parts fit together and create a point of destination. And all the parts together make it special. That's it.
All right, well, thank you.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
Yes, sir, Mr. Kitchens. This is
Yes.
Kirk Nicholson with Douglas County Schools. You considered the impact this is going to have on the school system? I mean, and how soon are we going to start seeing people in
Well, I think,
townhomes or apartments?
yes, sir, I think the residential really comes first. I think you'll see that come out of the ground as soon as we again, it's in the sequencing of the road, the spine road, and the greenway construction, the utility construction, and all that's in process now. We're working on all that in conjunction with the county, okay? The residential will be the first thing we close, okay?
So are we talking 18 months?
No, sir, I think, I think it's probably 24 to 30 months,
24?
given where we are with, hopefully we have some relief coming in construction pricing and construction in general, I think 24 to 30 months, we say 18 months for the road to be complete. We have to be able to access, the property too. So we're going to be grading or mass grading in about 12 months, the commercial and the residential together. And the reason we do that is we don't want to come in and bring in a residential developer and leave the 9 acres of commercial not graded, because then it looks like it's just up front, and you see now we have a couple of small houses up there. So by grading that, we're doing two things. We're balancing the dirt on the site. The highest point of the site is up on Fairburn Road. So by doing the grading, the commercial and the residential together, you're creating, first off, you're creating a sense that something's going on here, that this is something's happening here, so you're not just grading one part. So we'll balance that site and grade the residential as well as the commercial at the same time, and we'll be ready to, but the residential will go first. It'll be the first thing I think you see, other than just moving dirt around. It's not a big site. Our site in Covington's 181 acres, 131 developable acres. In this case, it's about the same investment. You'll see this investment coupled with the holder, including them, will be well over $300 million. It'll be a significant impact and a very positive impact on the community.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out where we put all these kids. The schools are already overtaxed in that area. All the elementary schools are.
Yes, sir. Well, as part of, this is under the DRI, so that is certainly why they have DRIs, and that's part of the DRI process. Again, when we came and were introduced to the community, we were, encouraged, this is the site. This is the site that's been planned for this for many years under the overall land use plan. And then we didn't come in and say, hey, this is what we want to do. We want to do it right here. We worked with Elevate Douglas, with some of the members here, with planning and zoning to do this. So I want you to know we were part of this. We were not the person that came in one day and said, we're going to put it right here. But so the DRI, to answer your question, the impact of that on the schools, the impact on traffic, the impact on the community is all part of that DRI process, which we're going through the Atlanta Regional Commission now. And I think Allison's correct. Our anticipated time is hopefully by the end of the month. We had some give and take, but also mainly there have been 40 projects filed with the Atlanta Regional Commission since the first of the year. That's a lot of projects. And if you're filing a project with the ARC, that's a significant project. So there are 40 of them in the pipeline. And so I think our consultant we've used is Jerry Silvio, who I've used on other DRIs around the community, around the greater Atlanta, and he's done a great job. Allison has been, very good, and Phil. And let me just say this a minute. We do development in many communities, and you have a wonderful planning and zoning department. They're not all created equal, okay? So let me just say this. If that's, without getting too far into it, okay? They have been very professional. They've been very helpful. I want to make sure that we follow all the rules and the guidelines. But I can tell you, we've been doing this 32 years. They're some of the best.
Yes, they are.
So,
Yes, they are.
anything else?
Excuse me, one other quick question. Is this DRI referred to as the trails? Is that what this one is?
Yes, it's the
Okay,
trails. Yes.
Any other questions or comments, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to the Board of Commissioners for questions.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, at this time, do we have any questions? Okay. Commissioner Guider?
Thank you, ma'am. I noticed on the layout that there's 3 entries onto Fairburn Road. Is that correct? With the Lee Road extension, and then there's
Yes,
2
ma'am.
in your project. Is the Lee Road extension going to be completed at the same time that the entry leading into the roundabout? Is it going to be done simultaneously?
You know, I don't have any, I'm not a part of the schedule of the Lee Road extension. I'm not sure about that. But I can speak to the 3 entrances. So one of the entrances is in the movie studio, you know, their portion of it, which we're not
Will
doing.
you be sharing that entry with
No,
the?
ma'am, if you look, Allison, can you pull it up? Oh, you haven't? Okay. So there, going into the Holder development, there's a right in, right out only on Fairburn Road. Then there'll be a median break where you see the Spine Road, and there'll be a new signal there. So that'll be left and right access. And then there'll be another access that basically the residential will have. There's also a right in, right out only. So there's only one full turn right left, one on Holder and one on our property that is right out only, right in, right out.
Where the red light is in your main entry there with the roundabout, is there going to be a median divide where you can cross over?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, there'll be a median break in there.
Now, I have visited Avalon, and they're expanding it today.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's a beautiful complex, but they had a huge court area, open courtroom,
Green space?
green
Where the-
space.
Where the Regal
Well, some of
Theater
it was
is.
green, some of it was concrete.
So it's AstroTurf too, by the
Yeah,
way.
yes,
okay?
it was.
It doesn't die, so, you know, but it is there, the Regal Cinema's behind it, and it has several restaurants kind of flanking it, and then there's kind of the valet in the front. And so, if you go out there, you know, on a summer evening or, you know, most any time,
We were actually having a picnic there. It was
Yeah.
an association meeting.
so you see, you know, children playing and frisbee and, I mean, it's just a lot of activity
Yeah.
now. They have residential there. And while this is not Avalon, it has the components of Avalon. In fact, one of the architects that we'll have give us a bid on our commercial, although our commercial is not very much, is Lamar Wakefield with Wakefield Beasley. Lamar drew Avalon, and he's worked for me on several projects.
Yeah.
He's just a wonderful, wonderful person. He's a brilliant architect. He also did the Battery. So that green space, you know, we don't, it's not large here, but it's very impactful and important to what we're doing. I mean, we could just build a strip center out there, but that's not what we're doing.
They actually had a huge parking deck. Will you be having a parking deck for the residential?
No, we don't have really a big enough project to do that. Allison and I talked about it, and that would be certainly preferred, really, you know, particularly when you talk about the residential, because I know, you know, Phil and Allison, and they're correct. If we can do with less, you know, parking and just, you know, surface parking. In this case, there's just the financial part of it, and the project's just not big enough for that. If it was twice its size, then we could have 2 or 3-story decks. In this case, we won't. I mean, Avalon is 107 acres, and it's valued at several $1 billion, you know,
Right.
and they have a lot of residential, and they have a lot of
Yes.
office over the street residential, but it's a, you know, it's a brilliant project.
My main concern was construction, traffic, and for the whole area. And then once you get the residential part of it done, all those cars, are they going to be going out one entrance, or are they going to be
Well,
going?
we have, and again, very, very detailed traffic study. I think Allison can speak to that, or Matt. There's a very, very detailed traffic study on not only those intersections, but all the intersections along Fairburn Road and the impact of the project. So it's not going to be just kind of happenstance or, you
Yeah.
know, it's gonna be done in a way that the infrastructure that y'all have already completed will be able to digest this. Remember, this use has been on the books for many, I think, years, okay? And so we're coming in and just really being a part of executing, excuse me, you know, what y'all had planned and decided years
Yeah.
ago. Yes,
I was just kind of concerned whether or not the Lee Road extension, will it be open at the same time?
You know, I don't, it may lag a little bit. We hope it's close, you know, because
Yeah,
I think it's
because
important.
they
you know.
connect, yeah.
But I think it's just important for just overall, you know. But I don't think it probably won't be open by the time we have the Spine Road open. And Holder is going to start on the movie studio very quickly. I think they just had a pre-construction meeting, and I think what I hear is September starting. So it's coming out of the gate quick.
All
So, and we'll come out, but we have to, again, sequence with the Spine Road, the Greenway. But I can tell you, you know, our portion of it is going to be very, very good and very nice and very positive for the community. It is
I have no doubt.
transformational project, I think.
And to the traffic, so part of the DRI process, the traffic component of that is a big part of it. And so if you have a project big enough to trigger that, all the traffic studies are done in advance. So that's being done now. That's all being vetted by that process. So that's being worked in, planned, you know, how far do you need to go back in your turning lanes, all that kind of stuff. That's not necessarily my expertise, but it is all being planned for and being modeled in a way that.
As far as the deceleration and
Yes, ma'am.
acceleration.
We've already had some suggestions by Miguel.
Okay.
And
You're in good hands, I will say that.
so we immediately, when he said, hey, we'd like to see this, we immediately got on the phone with Allison, Phil, and Andy White, our civil engineer who works with Matt at Thomas Nutton Engineering. We already started to redesign a turn lane, I mean, we were like, you know, very quickly responsive to that.
Very
And that's how
good.
we like to do it.
All right, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. Any other remarks, Board? Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
There we go. Good evening, Mr. Kitchens. Good to
Good
see
evening.
you. I'm glad you're here. I'll be quick. This project is important, and so it warrants the conversation, the comments, and the questions from both boards. But this has been a vision that has been coming for a while. We often talk about studies. We do a lot of studies. We spend, six figures on studies all the time, but do we ever take action? Right, so this is one where I'm proud of, remember, there's the citizens, right? You got the developers and you got staff. And what was important here in this process, no, make sure the citizens' voice is represented. So to Mr. Kitchens, to your point, I'm glad you acknowledged the fact that, no, don't bring no strip mall down here. No, there's got to be a standard now. No, and we went back and forth, and we emphasized, thank you, Allison, about that aspirational, no, we get it. And they've got to balance the financial. I get it. And you guys are doing a great job as far as trying to make this work. It's the first time we've ever done this, guys. We've got multiple developers, you got multiple builders within subdivisions, but this is a monster. But it's a signature area. So it warrants the care, the questions, the impact, all of that. But again, one more time, be intentional about what you do here. Don't let your hand be dealt. Don't let, we welcome everybody. Yes, spend the money here. Yes, invest $350 million, but let's make sure that it meets what we're looking for. So to the citizens, please rest assured, both the developer as well as our staff have kept as much of the vision that was necessary. And so I just had one question. I want to make that statement. Thank you all for making this work. And it's going to be what it's going to be. It's going to take what it's going to take. I won't be here in 3 to 5 years, but I will definitely be visiting it when it comes to pass. That being said, I'd like to hear Miguel Valentin. Madam Chair, may I have him come down, please?
Director Valentin, are you here? There you are. Good if you could come down. Thank you. He's here.
Good evening.
He's
Thank you.
waiting at the
You got to
podium.
say something. All right, Director Valentin, thank you for being here. I'll be quick. You heard a couple questions that was asked about the road, and obviously we've talked about this in our transportation committee meeting. So in your mind, please validate for both boards and the public the timing and the expectation. Some of it legally bound in a document, some of it is implied, some of it is just our normal course of action. Speak to the Spine Road and speak to the Lee Road. Just give further context where you know they could not answer, please.
Certainly, I'd be happy to. Yes, the Spine Road, initially we were reviewing that as we typically do of a development, and essentially looking for what we anticipated GDOT would look for, because it requires a traffic signal on State Route 92 that would have to be approved by GDOT. So as we went through that process, in the meanwhile, the county stepped in as part of the process and made the decision to sponsor the design and construction of the road. So all of the elements of design that we had conveyed to the developer that needed to be addressed now became part of the in-house staff to address. So it makes it, in a way, a little easier in that we know what it should look like, and now we have to make it look like that. Therefore, we'll make sure it gets done right. So that said, the 18-month timeline for a road is very, very ambitious. And so we've already, as soon as we understood the charge, we've made contacts. I've had discussions with Mr. Kitchen and others about what was being proposed, indicated that I didn't have enough real estate to do the road properly. They've agreed to dedicate additional right-of-way. So the process is moving along. The goal, as has been mentioned, is to have the road constructed sufficiently for access to the first phases, at least, within 18 months. That is rather ambitious. We'll do the best we can. We anticipate that it's going to take probably about 6 months to design the project sufficiently to apply for a permit from GDOT. And then, depending on the turnaround, which might be 2 to 3 months from GDOT to get us a permit, then we'll begin construction. So we anticipate the potential for meeting that timeline, that is as it relates to the Spine Road. Hopefully everything will go according to plan, and so that's the Spine Road. The Lee Road extension is a different project altogether. One of the complicating factors on that one is that because of the cost, we're looking to leverage federal funds. And with the federal funds on that project, we have to go through a different process. Not only will GDOT be involved, but Federal Highway will be involved as well. And so it follows a different timeline. We have already made application for funding, federal funding, on the Lee Road extension, and we're waiting to hear through the Atlanta Regional Commission. Actually, we've made 2 applications, one through the Atlanta Regional Commission, which is the local metropolitan planning organization that deals with funding for transportation projects, and one through the congressional delegation. And so both of those processes are in play. The expectation is, however, that with the Lee Road extension, the design, because it has to follow the federal guidelines, it will take a little longer. So that may lag the Spine Road by perhaps a year or 2.
That was sufficient. We have heard this before, maybe different meetings, different forums, but again, for the collective good, all at the same time, this is great. And again, it's one more time to the citizens about hearing the bigger picture, seeing the bigger picture, seeing what you asked for being manifested and being designed and about to be constructed on how, again, your quality of life, how you let new neighbors in, new retailers in, new builders in. Think about it. This is the way things should be done. And so I do also give credit to Ron. I give you credit for being involved, but obviously Worthington and Phil and Allison for their help. Because what was important is that, developers, and Mr. Kitchen, thank you for working with us. And we agree that staff is one of our best. to make this process work, to translate this. For the first time, you have citizens actually, their voice mattered on something that this big, this massive, and I think it's going to be material. So that being said, you've answered my sufficient question. Thank you, Director Valentine, regarding that, and Madam Chair, I'm going to yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Vice Chair, any other questions or comments, board members? Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Valentine, if you would, just don't run off and leave me.
Don't run off.
I'll be really brief. So just one question. So
Yes, sir.
if I heard you correctly, that you mentioned 18 months is, that's very ambitious. But the reality of it is, I just want Mr. Kitchen to also hear that if that becomes the case, if that becomes longer than 18 months, would that slow down your progression of what you're trying to get to and moving, or will they both go hand in glove? And Mr. Kitchen, if you would but am I correct in that statement, though? 18 months is
Yes,
is that a real number, or that's, like you just stated, that's being very ambitious?
That is an ambitious schedule. There is more than one way to approach the project, and so
Okay.
depending on how quickly we can get a turnaround approval from GDOT, so we need to do the enough of an initial design to submit for a permit. If we can get that fairly quickly back from GDOT, then we can make the 18 months. If that lags, and again, it's a different agency, we press as hard as we can, but if that drags, then there is the potential for constructing the road
Understood.
with access on one side only.
Okay,
And
okay.
while we wait for the approval of the intersection.
But you also mentioned that there would be some federal funding that you're looking from the Federal Highway Commission.
That's for the Lee Road extension,
Okay, there's Lee
not for
Road.
the Spine Road.
Got it, okay, got it. And Mr. Kitchen, if you would.
Yeah, we, unfortunately, in building roads in our business, I don't think I've ever had a road that ended on time yet, so, it's just the nature of
Expect the
things.
same.
I had a road one time in Savannah, we were building, and I had everybody together, and I said, could y'all tell me what the new timeline is? And they said, November, and I said, what year? Anyway, we got it built. That was Benton Boulevard, okay? So, in this case, yes, we are aware. Now, I believe if you look at the master plan on Holder's property, there's a proposed right-in, right-out access road. On our property that goes directly back to the residential, there's a right-in, right-out access road. My plan is, again, a parallel to the construction of the Spine Road, we will go ahead and make application design for that
Okay.
road and go ahead and at least grade that as part of the, remember I said we're gonna
Correct.
master a rough grade, the residential and the commercial together. When we do that, then we'll go ahead and get a design and get a permit for that road, at least to allow the residential, we believe that the residential will close on their portion of it May 1st of '23. So they will do a lot of due diligence before that time.
Understood.
But then they will start then, and so they will construct actually that road, and
Okay.
so we'll have access.
Okay,
We-
okay,
we-
so-
we-
so-
We need the Spine Road, but again, it's, again, it'll take 18 months for the apartments to build and the townhomes, so, it's all a matter of sequencing, but yes.
I just wanted for the public record, so you'll know kind of what you might be dealing with. But my other question, though, you spoke about housing.
Yes.
Can you kind of give me that, again, the housing component?
So the component is, and again, we came to this out of conversation with the community, with planning and zoning, with Chris, with other members here that we had met with. And so what we heard is, just kind of go back in the beginning, is what we heard from Allison and her department is, look, we're not interested in garden apartments, okay? What we're interested in is a substantial development that is mid-rise, 3 to 4 stories, that, can bring something to our community that we don't have now. So, so we took that, we went back, designed it, planned it, and then we had interviewed. It was basically an interview process. We had 5 different qualified developers that wanted to, build that portion of it. And as I said, we selected one that was, well, they were all highly qualified, but we selected one that we think will execute the vision and do a great job. That's an important part of the puzzle of the overall development. So, did that answer your question?
Yes, no,
Okay,
you
all
did
right.
good. And last but not least,
Yes.
I'm assuming, don't want to assume, but when we deal with the sidewalk side of this particular project, what can we expect on that end? Because I
Yes,
heard the
sidewalks?
connectivity, yes.
Yeah, so our plan is, the typical sidewalk is 5 foot wide, okay? And we'll have some sidewalks here, but the central focal point from Fairburn Road that will kind of hug the Spine Road, and then where you see the master plan where it widens out into the greenway where the streams, that 8-foot path will wind through that, you know, and my vision is we'll come in and try to save as many existing trees. We'll put in additional landscaping in there, but that 8-foot wide kind of path will start at Fairburn Road and go all the way to the back of the property. So that's 8 foot wide. The standard sidewalk that we have in the rest of the project will be standard 5 foot. But that 8 foot wide pathway will be the connectivity from Fairburn and kind of the signature through the greenway. That greenway, by the way, is 100 foot wide to 125 foot, so it's substantial.
Got it,
Okay.
got it. Mr. Kitchen, again, thank you, and I think this is an interesting project. It's been something that we've kind of envisioned. I think we're going down the right path.
Thank you.
Continue the great work that you guys are bringing to Douglas County, and I think this board see what your vision is, and adding us to that vision has been a true compliment as to what we envision, if that's the direction we end up going down there with this particular layout that we're speaking of. So, but I'll leave it there. Thank you again, Madam Chair. I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Any other remarks, board? Thank you, Mr. Kitchens, for making a
you,
dream
Madam
come
Chair.
true. And thank you for reaffirming that this project is intentional and deliberate, not happenstance. I heard you loud and clear,
It
so
is.
thank you.
Thank you.
I yield back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very
Simmons.
much, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the comments, you have heard the questions and answers. Do I have a motion to table this until our June 7th, 2022 meeting?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to table the vote on application Z 2022-36, a request for rezoning from RLD to PUD for a master plan community to our meeting on June 7th, 2022 at the public hearing.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Frank Payne, a second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Planning and Zoning Board. Hearing no discussion, I'll call on the vote. All in favor of tabling this matter until June 7th, 2022, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, the Planning and Zoning Board is recommending that we table Z 2022-36 until our June 7th, 2022 meeting.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to table Z 2022-32 into our June 7th meeting?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to table and accept the recommendation from the Planning Zone for Z 2022-36 into our June 7th, 2022 meeting.
Okay, do we have a
Second.
second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. Certainly state, when I call you district, please state accordingly. District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3? Yes. District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote to table this matter until June 7th, and the motion carry. I yield back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Mr. Fowler, Mr. Kitchens, and Mr. Mitchell, we appreciate it, and we'll see you all in June.
All right.
Ms. Duncan, would you present our next case, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The next case is Z 2022-37. This is a request from Kim Marchese. It is a request for a special use permit to allow a peanut stand from the home located at 2070 Cedar Terrace Road, Lithia Springs, 30122. This is land lot 850, District 18, Section 2, in Parcel 1. Lot size is 5.43 acres. The application is signed by Kim Marchese, and this is in Commission District Number 2. And I will proceed with my report.
Thank you very much.
All right. In regard to the existing conditions, the subject property is a single-family detached home located on 5+ acres at the intersection of Cedar Terrace Road and Lake George Drive. The applicant is proposing to place a small wooden shed on the property to be used as a seasonal roadside produce stand, specifically for the sale of boiled peanuts. The applicant is proposing to operate the stand between June and October, but the applicant has not proposed a set operating schedule insofar as hours or days of the week. Here is the existing zoning on the property, and here is an aerial image with the property highlighted in red. Here is the street view at the intersection of Cedar Terrace Road and Lake George Drive. And here is the street view of the property at the approximate location of the stand. And this is the street view looking across Cedar Terrace Road from the subject property. And the street view looking east on Cedar Terrace Road. And then the street view looking west on Cedar Terrace Road. And then the street view looking at the intersection down Lake George Drive. So here is the concept plan that was submitted. You can see that the applicant is proposing to use their existing driveway. So the access will be off of Cedar Terrace Road using the existing driveway, and then they propose to build a small turnaround on their property, so they will come in and out on their existing driveway. There will be no additional curb cuts that are contemplated as a part of this project. Staff has analyzed the criteria for a special use permit found in our Unified Development Code. We have found that this does substantially support the requested use. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this request for the special use permit with the following conditions. Number 1, a cottage food license will be required to be issued by the Georgia Department of Agriculture in addition to any occupational tax license issued by Douglas County. The approval of the roadside produce stand is for the sale of boiled peanuts only. The sale of any additional foods, beverages, or other items is expressly prohibited. The stand will be accessed from the existing driveway, and no additional curb cut shall be granted on Cedar Terrace Road or Lake George Drive to accommodate the special use. The driveway may use a gravel surface, but it must be maintained in a state of good maintenance and repair. The stand must be under 200 square feet and must be finished in wood masonry or cementitious siding. The stand is not eligible for connection to water, septic, or sanitary sewer. And the stand must be located a minimum of 40 feet off of the right-of-way of Cedar Terrace Road. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant, please step to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You would have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes.
My name is Kim Marchese. My address is 2070 Cedar Terrace Road in Lithia Springs.
Okay, would you like to say something in favor of this application? That hasn't been said.
I'm sorry. I think it'll be a great addition to the community, and especially people going to the park, which is just down the road. It won't be unsightly. It'll be, and it fits in with the agricultural nature, of the area.
Okay, and you heard the conditions that Ms. Duncan read into the record. Are you in agreement with those conditions?
I am.
Okay, thank you very much. If you would just stand by, we may have some more questions for you when we close the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application, step to the podium. Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please step to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You would have 2 minutes per person for an allocated time of 15 minutes. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff?
Chairman, I have a question for the applicant. Staff mentioned that you didn't have a schedule yet, timeline, what time you open, what time you close. But that road can get kind of dark quick heading towards the park. So I'm just wondering, what are you thinking
Well, the park closes at dark anyway, so I'm proposing roughly 11 a.m. to 5 or 6 p.m. 7 o'clock would be maybe Saturday and Sunday.
Okay. Would that work for, would that contradict any conditions or anything?
It wouldn't contradict any conditions. We did not propose limitations on the time of operation, other than what was initially stated, the June till October, I believe is what should put in the application.
Okay.
But in terms of the hours of operation, given that we are recommending that it has such limitations on kind of the ability to connect to anything like water, sewer, sanitary sewer, anything like that, staff is fine with allowing it sort of flexibility in terms of hours of operation, but staff is also fine if you would like to propose an additional condition that limit it to days of week or hours, of operation during the day, we're fine with that.
Okay, yeah, that's the only question I have. When I met you out there, so you were saying that you're gonna do a turnaround right there in that area where we met, where I was trying to turn.
No, that's up by the house. This is down at the road.
At the road itself? Okay.
Correct.
So what about the gate? Is the gate gonna be opened up anymore?
Yes, we're going to
Okay.
cut pieces
I would
away
say.
as necessary.
But no curb cuts required, right? You're just gonna just go right to the street right from there? Is that how it's gonna be, how it's set up? You're just gonna turn around and, they're gonna cut the gate, is what you were saying. So are they gonna just go right to the road from there? Is that?
Back into the driveway
Yeah.
and then access to the road.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you.
I had a quick question,
Yes,
so you
sir.
don't have to get back up. So have you spoken with any of your neighbors about this project and your intentions?
We actually, what we did was we went around and we missed the community meeting, but we put flyers out at each of the mailboxes and said, hello neighbor, this is what we're trying to do, and if you have any questions, I left my phone number, my email address, and told them to just stop by if they'd like.
Have you gotten any response since then?
Nobody.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
How many days a week will you be operating?
At the very start, 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. Then I'll probably expand it to Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and on the outside, it would be 4 days a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, planning and zoning?
One more last quick question, just on your background in regards to this. Just give me just a little bit of your inspiration and kind of how you came to this, like what said, I'm gonna do boiled peanuts.
We have kind of a unique situation. My brother has a house/hunting camp down in Rochelle, Georgia, which is right on peanut land, and he has access to the green peanuts, which are not actually green. They are just fresh out of the ground, and he can get them from Hardee's Peanuts down there in bushels, and he will bring them back up because he goes down almost every weekend, and if not, we will. And they stay fresh enough to use as boiled peanuts for up to 10 days in a refrigerator. So, and it was his idea, actually. He came up with it, and I thought it was a good idea.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
So I have a question, Ms. Applicant. So we have Cajun flavored peanuts?
Yes,
Great
Cajun and
question.
traditional salt brine.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Any other questions, planning and zoning? I have one of staff. This special use permit is being issued to her, not to the property, correct? So if she moves, then the special use permit goes away.
In general, under our code, special use permits that are issued for residential home-based businesses, they expire whenever the property ceases to be owned by the owner. So somebody who would want to continue the business would have to come in and they would have to reapply, to continue the business and be subject to the same conditions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me, I have a question before you leave.
Yes, sir.
What type of structure will be there for the peanuts, to come in and go out?
So the stand?
Yes.
So we've put in there the parameters is that it has to be under 200 square feet, which is a number that is significant under our building code in terms of requiring a building permit, and it has to meet the architectural finish requirements under Article 3 of our Unified Development Code, which is basically has to be finished in brick, stone, or cementitious siding, which is basically like a hardy plank siding. So it couldn't be like a metal tough shed or anything like that. You know, it would have to be something that is, you know, pretty much kind of site-built to the structure and finished off in a material that's compatible with the architectural facade of the principal dwelling.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I got one more last question. This is for you, Allison.
Yes, sir.
So is there any, like, stipulations when it comes to the Public Health Department and who regulates or who's overseeing this?
So this specific use would be regulated by the Department of Agriculture under their cottage food permits. So you would note that I think it is condition number 1, where we say sale of boiled peanuts only, right? Because one of the things that we're kind of very clear with the applicant on is that if she were to get into selling lemonade, right, that falls under the Environmental Health Department, right? Or if she were to sell sandwiches or anything like that, that very quickly crosses a threshold from what is allowed under a cottage food permit into something that would have to be regulated by the Environmental Health Department. We've also made it very clear, no connection to water, sewer, or sanitary sewer on this property, right? So this is not meant to be a kitchen or a cooking facility of any sort. This is simply meant to be sort of a cover for her to transact her business from. Everything else will have to be done under her cottage food permit issued by the Department of Agriculture. And for uses such as these that are governed by the Department of Agriculture, our local health department does not, they're not the issuing authority for these types of permits, so they defer to the Department of Agriculture for any of these types of permits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, planning and zoning?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Ms. Duncan. Will you read those conditions again?
Certainly. Certainly. Condition number 1 is that a cottage food license will be required to be issued by the Georgia Department of Agriculture in addition to an occupational tax license issued by Douglas County. The approval of the roadside produce stand is for the sale of boiled peanuts only. Sale of any additional food, beverage, or any other items is expressly prohibited. Number 2, the stand will be accessed from the existing driveway and no additional curb cut shall be granted on Cedar Terrace Road or Lake George Drive to accommodate the special use. Number 3, the driveway may use a gravel surface, but it must be maintained in a state of good maintenance and repair. Number 4, the stand must be under 200 square feet and must be finished in wood masonry or cementitious siding. The stand is not eligible for connection to water, septic, or sanitary sewer. And number 5, the stand must be located a minimum of 40 feet off the right-of-way of Cedar Terrace Road.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to you for questions from the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Board of Commissioners, at this time, do we have any questions for the applicant or the staff? Any questions? Okay, thank you. I yield back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion?
This is Frank Payne. I make a motion to approve application S 2022-37, a request for a special use permit to allow a peanut stand from the home as presented by staff with the conditions as outlined by staff.
Ms. Rob Thomas, I'll second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Planning and Zoning Board, do we have any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I will call the question. All in favor of approving application S 2022-37, please raise your right hand, or raise your hand. Right or left, it doesn't matter. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. We have a unanimous vote to approve S 2022-37, a special use permit for a peanut stand as presented with the conditions.
Thank you. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to approve the recommendation with conditions from the Planning and Zoning Board for S 2022-37.
Okay, do we have a second, Board? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. When I call you districts, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carry. I yield back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much. We wish you luck with your peanut stand going forward.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Wish you luck on your peanut stand.
Phil, would you present our next item, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you could put the slideshow back up, please. There we go. This is Ms. Anna Thornton, S 2022-39. Request for a special use permit to allow an in-home bakery from the home located at 3583 Brenda Court, Douglasville, 30135, Land Lot 104, District 1, Section 2, Parcel 137. Size of the lot's half an acre, 0.46 acres, and it's in Commission District 3. Property is located on the south side of Brenda Court. The site is developed with a single-family residence, entry driveway, and there is an existing storage structure. The applicant is requesting permission to operate a home-based baking business from the property. There'll be occasional customers at the premises, and product will also be delivered to venues around the county. No planning concerns were raised by this home-based maker business being granted permission to operate. The kitchen facility be required to submit for additional health department or Department of Ag approval. In this case, it's Department of Agriculture approval to establish the kitchen along with the Douglas County occupational tax license. The property is zoned RLD. It's just to the south of light industrial property that fronts Highway 78. As you can see, the aerial shows the house and the driveway. It is within an existing subdivision. As you can see, it's off of Brenda Court. And this is a picture from the street in front, showing the driveway. Here's a look up the street. The house is there on the right. And here's a look back down to the end of the cul-de-sac with the house down there on the left as you get to the cul-de-sac. Staff reviewed the criteria for the special use permit and found that it is supportive. And staff is recommending approval with the findings that the use will not modify the land use plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Douglas County Unified Development Code, and B, the granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare. We are asking for 4 conditions. 1, the special use shall be for a home-based bakery business as defined and regulated by the Georgia Department of Agriculture under Section 334 of the UDC. Any other use of the property not identified within Section 210, uses allowed in each zoning district, specifically Table 2.2, principal uses allowed by right, and 2.3, accessory uses allowed by right of the Douglas County Unified Development Code may require the submission, review, and approval of a new special use permit. Number 2, operational hours for the maker business to permit customer arrivals shall be from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. weekdays and 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Saturday and Sunday. 3, the applicant shall obtain appropriate building permits and business licenses to operate the business. And 4, special use permits for a cottage industry maker micro-business use are non-transferable and issued to a specific applicant for a specific cottage industry maker micro-business on a specific parcel. And then staff's directed to go out in a year at the anniversary and inspect to verify that all conditions have been met. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. At this point in time, I will open the public hearing on this matter. Would anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, please step to the podium. You have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Anna Thornton, 3583 Brenda Court. I did not know that I was supposed to talk to about this. You know, I've never been to one of these meetings, sorry.
Okay.
But basically, I'm just going to be selling sourdough bread, trying to bring a little bit more nutritious Douglasville food to the bread basket, specifically for farmers markets. But like you said, I will also be having a day, maximum 2 days a week, where customers have the option to order online and come pick up. So it'll just be like a quick pickup thing. There will be no more traffic than any of the other houses in my subdivision, honestly. And almost all my neighbors, although none of them are here tonight, came up to me since I've had the yellow sign on my yard and been like, how can I help you succeed? I didn't realize it was a whole thing about, you know, coming up in favor of things. Otherwise, I would have told them to come. But yeah, that's my spiel.
Okay, thank you very much. You heard the conditions that Mr. Schaefer read into the record, did you not?
Yes.
Are you in agreement with those conditions?
Of course.
Okay, thank you very much. If you would stand by in case we have questions for you when we close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application, please step to the podium. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please step to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You would have 2 minutes per person for a total of 15 minutes. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the comments. Do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff?
Mr. Chair, could the applicant step up again? Thank you. So you said that you would have people come by and pick up some things, or pick up some dough. What are hours of operation can they come in?
It'll probably be from like 11 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay.
Within the constraints that were in the list of guidelines there, whatever that word was. Conditions. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, that was a question I just wanted to know, because you said that most of the time frame you're going to be taking it elsewhere.
Yes.
But you also said there's going to be times when they come to your residence to pick stuff up. So I just wanted to see what the time frame that was going to be.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I got two questions for you. First question is, are you using a conventional oven or an industrial size oven in your house, or how are you doing that?
Yeah, so I actually just recently purchased an oven that's like a commercial oven, but it fits with residential power. So, yeah, I'm also using my own oven, but we did add an oven, yes.
Okay. Second question is, did you bring us any samples?
I did not, man. I should have. I was baking today, too.
Okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
Mr. Hutton, I know your bread has a unique smell, and have you talked to your neighbors, you said? If not, I know they'll find out soon, pretty soon.
Oh, yeah. No, I've brought loaves over to everyone. Everyone's totally fine with it.
And you didn't bring us any?
I know. Again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Next time.
Thank
I have a quick question. How long have you been baking?
I've been baking sourdough bread for 5 years, and I've been baking since I was a kid with my mom.
So you've been selling online, or how have you been?
No, I've been baking for friends, and also I'll sell a loaf to my family every once in a while. But yeah.
So he's making it official now. a
Yes,
business?
exactly.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to the Board of Commissioners for questions.
Okay, thank you. Board of Commissioners, at this time, do we have any questions for the applicant or our staff members? Okay. I yield back to you. No questions, except thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve application S 2022-39, a request for a special use permit to allow an in-home bakery from the home and the conditions as presented by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Or Curry second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Do we have any discussion, Planning and Zoning Board?
I have one final question, and this is unimportant, just one discussion thing. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Awesome. Congratulations. Great job. Keep going.
Any other discussion, Planning and Zoning Board? Or none discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All in favor of approving S 2022-39, request for special use permit to allow an in-home bakery, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, it is a unanimous decision to approve S 2022-39 with conditions as read in by staff.
Thank you so much, Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Thornton, for continuing to lead healthy habits.
Yes.
Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the recommendation for approval for S 2022-39.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board?
Madam Chair, I just would like to commend the applicant for actually thinking about this and the courage to do it and to put more economy into Douglas County. I commend you. So this will probably pass, so I'm going to say congratulations.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no other discussion, when I call you districts, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Thornton. All right.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thornton. Best of luck to you. Ms. Duncan, would you please present the next item?
Yes, sir.
on the agenda.
Next item on the agenda is Z 2022-40 and S 2022-41. This is John Russell. This is a request for rezoning from RLD, which is a residential low-density district, to CHC, which is a heavy commercial with conditions. This is also a request for a special use permit for a car wash located at 2705 Highway 92, Fairburn Road. This is in land lot 129, District 1, Section 5, and parcels 14 and 11. Lot size is 3.018 acres. Application is signed by John Russell. This is Commission District Number 2. Just a point of clarification, we will be asking you to vote on the rezoning as well as the special use permit, so we'll be taking them individually. In regard to the existing conditions on the property, the subject property is located on the west side of Highway 92. This is just south of the Bomar Road connector. The subject properties were considered for zoning entitlement as a part of the rezoning for the racetrack filling station. This was application Z 2016-07. Only the front portion, which was closest to the road of Highway 92, parcel 14 was actually zoned to CH, and all of parcel 11 was zoned to heavy commercial. The subject parcels did not end up being incorporated into the fueling station, so that's why we're here today. The applicant proposes to use the property for a manned full-service car wash facility. It is estimated that an average of 500 cars per day will use this facility. The car wash will be staffed during operating hours, and those operating hours will be from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and it will operate 7 days a week. So here is the existing zoning. You can see the parcel under consideration there. This is subject also to the highway corridor overlay. And here is again the parcel under consideration. Here is the street view of the property. And then the street view opposite of the property across Fairburn Road. And then here is the view looking north on Highway 92, and the view looking south on Highway 92. Here is the concept plan submitted with the overall application. The proposed use will access the existing driveway off of 92 that is used by the racetrack, as well as the existing driveway off of the Bomar connector that is used by the racetrack. So there will have to be shared easement agreements acquired as a part of that. Staff has analyzed the criteria for rezoning, and we have found that it is substantially compatible with the criteria in the Unified Development Code, and we have also analyzed the criteria for the special use permit, and we also found that to be substantially compatible with our criteria. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the rezoning of the request from residential low density to heavy commercial with conditions, with the following findings. Number one, the rezoning is consistent with the Douglas County Comprehensive Plan and the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Douglas County Unified Development Code. Number two, the rezoning will not have a negative impact on surrounding properties. And number three, the granting of the rezoning will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare and represents best planning practices. And staff is also recommending approval of the special use permit with the following conditions. Number one, that a 5-foot sidewalk will be provided at a location approved by GDOT along the property frontage on Fairburn Road. Number two, a copy of the approved GDOT work permit is required for work within the GDOT right-of-way. Number three, a copy of the egress-ingress easement is required for access to the racetrack property for joint-use driveway access. Number four, no median crossover shall be provided along Lee Road and Bomar connector. The existing full-access median opening will be closed with the expansion of the Lee Road and Bomar connector. And number five, the applicant must present their plans for compliance with these conditions and any other applicable portions of the Unified Development Code to the Douglas County Development Review Committee. DRC shall have the discretion to direct staff to schedule the zoning action to be returned to the Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners to consider rezoning of the property at the next regularly scheduled zoning hearing if the property fails to be brought into compliance with the required conditions or any other applicable codes and regulations. And then other than the typical directive to staff that we include on these applications, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, you may step to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You would have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. Marty Murphy, 124 East Thompson Street, Thomaston, Georgia. I'm here on behalf of Tidal Wave Auto Spas, the applicant. We appreciate this opportunity to come before this commission to present our development here. And we understand the regulations and guidelines set forth by the planning staff as far as the easements needed with racetrack and the sidewalks and all, and we're in agreement with all those terms, and we're fully committed to developing an excellent business here, a beautiful model business. If you've ever seen our tidal waves, we go through a lot of extensive efforts to put forth a nice looking business, not just a new car wash, but we do a lot of stacked stone, brick, a lot of extra landscaping. So, and that's our intent here in Douglasville, is to provide a very nice looking business. So I have with me as well Josh Russell. He's the engineer of record here that has been working on this project, if y'all have any questions or anything.
Okay, thank you very much. And you are in agreement with all 5 of the conditions that were read in?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the application?
Hey everybody, Josh Russell with Paulson Mitchell, 85A Mill Street, Roswell, Georgia. As Marty said, we're excited about this opportunity. It's my understanding, speaking with Phil, that a car wash right down the street has also gone through this process recently, so we're hoping to see a positive outcome. Thanks.
And that one's on the north side, you're on the south side.
Yeah,
Correct.
across the street.
Anybody else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please step to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You would have 2 minutes or 15 minutes total time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions to the representative or of staff?
I got a quick question. If you could step forward, Representative, please. In your own words, could you just tell us what you feel makes your business sustainable? We've seen a lot of car washes come and go, change ownership, change hands. What in your eyes makes this business sustainable within Douglas County?
So Tidal Wave Auto Spa has been in business since 2004. We currently have 101 car washes located throughout the southeast United States. We develop a very excellent business model. Tidal Wave strives to be the industry leader, and we are. If you did any research, or if you looked in the car wash magazines and studied on it, Tidal Wave is the industry leader in the car wash industry, and it is a very successful business. Sustainability is, you know, what we look at is we want to create the car wash industry as Chick-fil-A did the fast food industry. We want to provide a very nice looking business, providing an excellent clean car at the end of the tunnel while providing excellent customer service, and we do succeed at that. That's what's made us successful. Mr. Blackstock is the owner of this company. He and his wife started this in Thomaston, Georgia, with just one little wash. Miss Hope was they called her the wash lady. She toted the trash cans and she maintained the car wash, and then they expanded to Riverdale, and then from there we've expanded it all over. We live a lifestyle of convenience, you know. Nobody washes cars hardly anymore. When you do see that, you know, I kind of enjoy it, but then I start thinking about the technical side of it. How many gallons individual uses washing their car at home and how that affects the environmental system. You'd be amazed at some of this stuff that we have the facts on and versus what we do as far as impacting environmental. We recycle and reclaim. We reclaim our water and recycle it and run it back through our system. About 40% of the water that we use on a daily average is recycled through. That helps us in maintaining a lower water bill. Along with Mr. Blackstock's you know, engineering background and his previous Georgia Tech degree in chemical engineering, he has created a system that's proprietary to Tidal Wave that we can produce a cleaner car at the end of the tunnel than our competitors. And just our business model alone makes us that much more successful.
Understood. Thank you.
I noticed that in my review of the property that there's a house located just adjacent to the property. Are you planning on doing anything with that?
No, sir. That house is not located on this property.
It's not?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh, it is? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought
So that house will be demolished.
I'm sorry. I only have 89 of these that I'm working on currently today, so all the site plans start running together if you work on that many at any one given time. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So will it be any type of hand washing? I mean, is it all automated?
This is an express car wash, so if the site plan was pulled up, when you pull into the pay stations, if you're a club member, you have an opportunity to join to be a club member, much like a gym membership. You'll have a fast pass reader on your windshield. You'll pull up to the gate. It recognizes it, raises the gate arm rate, lifts up for you to pull through. You'll go through our first prep canopy. At that prep canopy, an attendant employee would be there as well as at the XPT, but they're there to prep the passenger side of the windshield of your car to remove the bugs off the passenger side and off the front grille and bumper, also to prep the rear windshield on your SUVs and trucks or the tailgates. That's what enables us to process more cars in a washed hour. So one thing that a lot of car washes don't do is they don't prep the cars prior to going through the tunnel. We do. We put the extra effort into prepping them. Then we load you on the conveyor. That employee will guide you on the conveyor. Then he or she will then prep your driver's side windshield, because we certainly don't want to put soap on and you trying to drive to get on the conveyor. We'll load you on the conveyor. We'll hands off the steering wheel, foot off the brake with it in neutral, car in neutral. We'll prep the driver's side, mash the start button. Approximately 45 seconds later, you'll exit the tunnel, no longer than a minute depending on chain speed. But there is no hand washing. At that time, when you exit the tunnel, you have the opportunity to utilize our free vacuuming. We do offer towels and window cleaning or just all-purpose cleaner for your purpose, but there is no hand washing or anything like that. We do prep, but that's with a soft bristle brush. We have our, what I call our prep buckets that we use there as containers that we use that they prep your car with.
Sure.
Does that answer your question?
Sure. I mean, it's similar to the models I've seen we have here already in Douglas.
Yes, sir.
I just wondering if anything different
Right. Nope.
with your model.
We know that we are the industry leader. We produce a better car wash at the end of the tunnel. And
what's your price point?
the club membership starts at $29.99 a month. Then it goes all the way up to $49.99 a month. It just depends on the process. If you use the higher end, it gets you the graphene, which is like a multi-layer clear finish that's on your car applied and it's dried, and that's the higher end level. I think the price point, if you did an individual wash, don't quote me on this, but I believe it's $10 for just the lowest end car wash that we have, all the way up to our $20 wash if you do a one-time wash.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
One thing I would like to say that one thing that Mr. Blackstock does for a community that no other car wash and probably no other business in the community does, he's a very charitable man. We every Thursday, the third Thursday in the month of September, we have what we call Charity Day. All proceeds go toward a local charity, majority of the time special needs. Other ways that we commit toward a community is we give fundraising opportunities for scouts, bands, athletic programs, recreational programs. What we do is the site leader there has what they call car wash coupons. They can come by and they'll sign a sheet and leave a check there. And they'll say, we want to get 200 car wash coupons. And we're just going to say it's for the Boy Scouts. And they go out and they can sell those car wash coupons for $10 a piece. It's a value of a $20 wash. So if you, Mr. Thomas, came and you had one of those coupons, you're going to get a $20 wash for $10. But when the Boy Scouts come back to turn in those tickets they didn't sell, or if they sold them all, they pay for the tickets, they only pay for $5 for that ticket. So it's a great fundraiser for schools, churches, civic organizations. Mr. Blackstock is big on giving back to the community and being a part of this community, not just having a business and looking to be profitable. He wants to give back to this community.
How many employees will you have?
12 to 15 employees. Okay. Yes, sir.
And one other thing, you said the hours from 8 to 8?
8 to 8, Monday through 7 days a week. 7 days a week. Yes, sir. We don't wash many cars after dark. Typically,
well, you're not going to be the Chick-fil-A then, because they close on Sundays.
Yeah. Well, that's a little mythical, because if you'll see the maintenance and
clean up, yeah, they do.
They still work on Sundays, so don't let them trick you.
One final question. Towards the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned some proprietary equipment that makes the car cleaner than any other car.
Mm-hmm.
Can you expound
Well,
on that,
wouldn't be
please?
proprietary if I told you.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Mr. Blackstock is a chemical engineer from Georgia Tech. He worked for Dow Chemical in Florida early on out of his college career. This is his pride and joy that he can make a car cleaner and drier with no spots on it better than any other car wash in the industry, and he's perfected that. Other people's tried to model it. The car wash industry themselves that sell us the equipment, the chemicals, try to model it, but he's pretty peculiar, and he will visit every one of these sites and make sure, and we have what we call our site leader supervisors that they have certain districts they're in charge of. They go around and every month they evaluate that car wash on 3 items: how clean the car wash looks, good landscaping, how clean the cars are, and how good the customer service is. And those site leaders, we won't want to call them managers. They're a vested part because they are a partner in the company. It's basically like their own company. They have to meet guidelines on those 3 criterias, and if they meet all 3 criterias and pass with a passing grade, we want to call it, then they make higher salaries than what they would if they are failing in one of those categories. So they have a vested interest in that business. They're not just a manager. They are a partner in that particular car wash.
Thank you.
When you say you prep the car, is this on the inside or?
No, sir, it's exterior.
Do you do inside too?
No, sir. It's not a full service. It's an express wash. If you want to vacuum your car, you're welcome to use the free vacuums or the courtesy towels that we leave out that we wash and dry within our equipment room inside the car wash.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board? Madam Chairman, I'll throw it to the Board of Commissioners for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant or the staff at this time?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'll just make a statement again for the public, to Commissioner Carthen's point and to the spirit of the board, which is to encourage not just the capitalistic side, the heavy endowed, heavy supported, but also small business like yours who can scale to that point. Everybody wants to become a gazelle, be in Atlanta Business Chronicle. Right, so we appreciate giving your background. It says this is not your first rodeo. And again, there's something about competition as well, and that's encouraged, right? I mean, we should be prohibiting competition in zoning cases. That shouldn't even be factored in, as long as it adheres. But again, I just wanted to acknowledge the prior two, obviously applicants in this one as well, for what you guys are doing, because again, you've got to have diversity in your digest. It can't just be concentrated in one single thing. So again, I'm encouraged by this, and I yield the floor, Madam Chair. That was 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chairman. If there are no further questions from the board, I yield back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the comments on this matter. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, Rob Thomas, I'd like to make a motion to approve application Z 2022-40, a request for rezoning from RLD, residential low density, to CHC, heavy commercial with conditions, a full-service manned car wash as presented by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Frank Payne, I second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call a question to approve application Z 2022-40. Please signify by raising your hand. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to the Board of Commissioners to the motion to approve Z 2022-40 with conditions as read into the record.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve to accept the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board to approve Z 2022-40 with conditions.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. I'm going to call your district. Please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. I yield back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very
Congratulations.
much, Madam Chairman. We have a approved motion for the zoning, and now we need to take up the special use permit. Do I have a motion on the special use permit?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve application S 2022-41, a request for a special use permit for a full-service manned car wash as presented by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, it's Kurt Nicholson. I second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor of approving the motion, the application S 2022-41, please signify by raising your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, I will yield the floor to the Board of Commissioners with a recommendation to approve S 2022-41.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions again regarding the special permit component. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to the full Board of Commissioners to accept recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board for S 2022-41 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? When I call your districts, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carried. And you're back to you, Chairman Simmons, and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you, and best of luck. We wish you the best.
Okay? Thank you.
Ms. Duncan, would you please present our next item, please?
Yes, sir, thank you. The next item on the agenda is application S 2022-42. This is an application from Michelle Morin, which is a request for a special use permit for an 1,800 square foot oversized metal accessory building. This is located at 8395 Flint Hill Road, Douglasville, 30135. This is in land lot 108, District 3, Section 5, and parcel 41. The lot size is 4.95 acres. Application is signed by Michelle Morin. This is Commission District Number 4. In regard to the existing conditions on the property, the subject property is a single-family detached home. It is located on 4+ acres on the south side of Flint Hill Road. The applicant is proposing to install an 1,800 square foot metal accessory building on the property. Here is the zoning map on the property with the subject parcel highlighted in red. And here is an aerial image of the property showing the conditions of the surrounding properties. Here is the street view of the property. And here's the street view across from the property. Here's the view looking west on Flint Hill Road, and then also the view looking east on Flint Hill Road. So staff did perform the analysis on the case against the special use permit criteria that is in the Unified Development Code. We did find that the requested use is substantially compatible with the special use criteria in the code. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the request for the special use permit for the oversized accessory building. And again, we did include our typical directive to staff to make our one-year site visit on the property. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. I believe this unit is, what, 300 square foot over what the what would automatically be approved by staff?
That is correct. In this zoning district, based on the acreage of the parcel, they would be allowed 1,000 square foot by right. We have the ability to approve an additional 500 square feet administratively. So the reason this is before you for special use permit consideration is it does exceed the allowable square footage that we can approve administratively at the staff level. So the 1,800 square foot request, along with the metal siding on the property, is something that has to be presented to you for special use approval.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
At this point in time, I will open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant, may step to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You would have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you. Paul Moran, 8395 Flint Hill Road. We got an opportunity to take care of her dad. He's going to move down from Kansas City, Missouri, and just a combination of things. He's going to move into our finished basement, and my workshop kind of moves out to the takes second place. So that's it in a nutshell, really.
He's got 50-plus years of stuff acquired, so
Tinkering and whatever.
he's got to have a place to put it all.
We didn't put anything digital, so I do have copies of where it sits if anybody'd like to see it. And
You can barely see it from the road.
Will it be there where those 2 trailers are parked now, or will it be on another part of that property?
It'll be on the other side of the trailer, so yes.
I didn't know if you were going to build a building over the trailers.
Oh, no.
No, we're not. One trailer is actually his.
Is it? Okay. Thank you very much. If you would just stand by for a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application, please step to the podium. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please step to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You would have 2 minutes per person, 15 minutes allocated. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the presentation. Do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff?
Well, I did have that one question about the location. Is it not being able to be seen from the road?
It actually sits down a little bit. There is a small retaining wall, so you would see part of the roof. It is a black horizontal siding with a copper colored roof.
Any kind of utilities you want to have in there?
We've got, lawnmowers, just to
utilities like
Oh, yes,
electricity,
there's
water.
power down there already, so there is intent to bring power over to the shed. Or whatever.
Water? Just curious. Any
Excuse me?
water? Any kind of water?
no-
anything
no
like that?
water at
Just
this time.
electricity only?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir, I have a question for the applicant.
Don't go away.
Where you going?
So is it a four-side, it will be sided all the way around with a door at the entrance, or?
There is a driveway that comes down, we kind of made, so there'd be a sliding door, and there would be a man door at the other end, so we'd have access to pull lawnmowers or whatever in.
So it's completely enclosed with metal?
That is correct. It's
And the roof, what is the pitch of the?
It's I don't know have the pitch on, but it's a gable roof. So
Is it-
it's
is it-
10-foot walls and.
Does it look like a barn, or does it
No,
look?
it looks like a home.
Looks like a house?
Yeah, we were told to match kind of the structure of
Okay.
the home. The siding won't be the same color, but the intent is to change the siding on the house, so.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you.
So I think it was mentioned that you're about 300 square feet larger than what would have just normally been accepted without you having to come here. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So, can you tell me the reasoning behind why I go to 18 instead of staying at 15?
Between his stuff and my stuff for shop-wise, we kind of put together all the lawnmowers and the side-by-side and the things at the end that we'd be bringing in and out. But we got table saws and just kind of making it like a shop, and we'd like to put cabinets. So it's more of it's got a better feel to it than just a storage building.
So you saying shop, meaning you're gonna be,
Just, nothing for work-wise or whatever, just
Okay.
tinkering around the house and.
so there's nothing that you're gonna be doing for commercial-wise, meaning that the shop is gonna be?
No work, I'm not a cabinet maker. It's.
Okay, I heard you talking about cabinets, so that was the question.
It's all honeydew stuff. yeah.
Okay, honeydew. You got a lot of honeydews. Okay, all right.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
So if you was only getting approved for 1,500 square feet, could you utilize that?
We would do our best, I guess. We'd have to convince him to go without some certain things, so. This works out, and
Okay, I was just wondering why, yeah. Okay.
Any other questions or comments, Planning and Zoning Board? None, Madam Chairman. I yield the floor to Board of Commissioners.
Okay, Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions at this time? Commissioner Guider.
Yes, Mr. Moran, you do understand you cannot run a business out of this?
yes, there is no intent to run a business down there. no.
Okay,
None
I
whatsoever.
think that was, some of the questions were kind of directed in that area.
Yes, no business.
Okay, just so you understand that.
He-
And you
he's
understand that
retired.
you will, since this is a special use permit, that staff will be coming out. Is it a year? At one time, we talked about expanding that to 5 years.
We check at the 1-year mark to see if the special use permit has been initiated, and if it has not been, we follow up with the applicant to just make them aware of that 2-year timeline in which they have to vest the use, and then just ask any other questions
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. Any other remarks, board? Okay, we have none. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Madam
Chairman
Chairman.
Simmons.
Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the comments and the questions. Do you have a motion for me?
Mr. Chairman, it's Kurt Nicholson. I make a motion to approve application S2022-42, request for a special use permit for an 1,800 square foot metal accessory building as presented by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call the question. Is everyone wishing to approve application S 2022-42, please signify by raising your hand. That is unanimous. Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to the Board of Commissioners with a recommendation to approve application S 2022-42.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I request, I request that we approve S 2022-42, a special use permit as approved by planning and zoning.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. When I call your district, please respond accordingly. District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Hope y'all enjoy your new building.
Congratulations.
Mr. Schaefer, would you present our next agenda item, please?
Mr. Chairman, yes, if we could have the slides back up. The next case is Z 2022-43, Land Bridge Development LLC. This is a request for a rezoning from RLD Residential Low Density to PRD Planned Residential Development for a senior living facility located at 4947 Stewart Mill Road and 4895 Jennifer Lane, Douglasville 30135, in Land Lot 24, District 1, Section 5, and parcels 14 and 15. Lot size is 10.97 acres altogether. The subject tracts are located on the east side of Stewart Mill. The properties are developed with single-family homes. There's yards and storage structures along with the property being heavily wooded. This is a request to establish a senior-only residential facility. Proposal includes new 3-story building with 48 rental units along with 2 single-story 4-unit buildings, new access entry from Stewart Mill Road and amenities for the residents, open space, and required drainage detention structures. The applicant is requesting to rezone from RLD to PRD, the planned residential district, to provide more appropriate development standards specific to the combined senior-only multifamily and fourplex footprints and structures sizes being developed. The project has requested planned PRD zoning, and so they'll be required to connect to public sewer. The site plan does depict the sanitary sewer easement crossing the property to the west at 5010 Stewart Mill Road. That's to the west, and it's around 1,500 feet of linear feet of actual extension of the sewer to get to that main. The project is also within the Quality Growth Development Overlay District, and this has elevated requirements for landscaping and architectural treatments and materials, building size with a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5, along with several prohibitions on specific building materials that may not be used in the project. This is the subject property zoning map. You can see around it. If you'll look, you'll see that in color is the county's residential low density. That's RLD. And then the gray is actually City of Douglasville zoning. Also, it's R4 zoning, principally around the area. As you look at the site plan, here are the surveys for both properties. The left-hand survey is for the northern property. The right-hand survey is the one that accesses to Jennifer Lane. This is a blow-up of the sewer easement plan to show where it's crossing the road and going to the west. And then here are the 2 site plans. Originally, they had submitted the site plan on the left, which shows 4 single-story fourplex units along with the main residential 3-story building. It has been modified to the depiction on the right, so they have shifted the location of the detention facility to the southwest to move it away from the residential structures, all of the properties that are along the south edge of the property, and they have eliminated 2 of the single-story residential units so that they can accommodate that slight skew of the property. And now what you see along the right-hand side of their boundary to the actual developed site is tree save area. So the forested area is where all of the topographic lines, you can see them splaying out there towards the right-hand picture, the right-hand side of the right-hand picture, along with a dashed line which recognizes that there is in fact a required buffer between this sort of development and any single-family residential developments that are around it. This is elevations of the proposed structures. On the left is the bungalow-type single-story fourplex. On the right is the 3-story residential unit. Here is a shot to the west, looking west along Stewart Mill. This is looking at the Creekwood Street intersection, the traffic light. Up beyond the curve is going to be the new property. Here you see a little further into the property looking along west along Stewart Mill. This is a neighboring property on the south side of Stewart Mill. Again, we're looking west along Stewart Mill. Just ahead in the peak of the street where it rises is going to be the entrance to the property. And then here we're looking west in the opposite direction from the church on Chapel Hill. This is the driveway entrance to the church. The entrance to the property itself is beyond, at the top of the rise there where that car is heading towards us, and that will be where their new entrance is. Here is a view to the cul-de-sac of Jennifer Lane. This is looking at the property that is a single-family residence. This site will be curbed off as part of the development. The home that's on Jennifer Lane will be removed in favor of the detention pond, and then Jennifer Lane will be blocked off. There won't be a driveway there at all, so there'll be no access to that property. That way there'll be no cut-through traffic. They're not proposing to use it for anything. It'll just be recurbed and reguttered and regrassed, and there won't be any access there. Here is a part of their traffic study showing the proposed adult housing multifamily under the code for trip generation. They are actually proposing a trip generation of about 13 vehicles in the morning, 16 in the PM peak periods, total of 210 trips per day in and out of this senior residential facility onto an existing traffic situation. We also looked at the accident summary to see where and what types of accidents have occurred over the last several years. There have been a number of accidents. There have been accidents mainly at the intersections, though, of Creekwood and Stewart Mill, as well as Chapel Hill and Stewart Mill, and Reynolds and Stewart Mill. Those are areas where it's been problematic, and we know that there's a project coming on now for fixing Reynolds at Stewart Mill. That's an important and critical safety issue. If you have questions, I'm sure Director Valentin can direct answers specifically how long that might be coming on board. But the accidents are mainly at intersections. This particular property is entering and exiting literally at the crest of a hill, so they see very clearly in both directions. And they'll be having a deceleration lane and the turn lanes, and the requirements of how you get in and out of a facility like this will be part of the DRC review process. I also wanted to share with you that we did receive a couple of letters from our state senator in favor of the project, as well as one of our House representatives, to show that they were in favor of the project. Staff has reviewed the criteria for the project and find that this is substantially supported by all of the criteria for obtaining the zoning change. And we are recommending approval with findings and conditions, finding that A, that the rezoning will not modify the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Douglas County Unified Development Code. B, the uses permissible in the proposed zoning district are generally compatible with surrounding properties. And C, the granting of the rezoning will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. The lone condition is that the applicant shall submit to the Development Review Committee, DRC, for review and consideration the specific site development and access management plans to address the development standards in the UDC and the concerns and requirements expressed in the specific agency impact statements reviewed in the staff report dated May 3rd, 2022. And with that, I conclude my staff report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. At this point in time, I will open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application including the developer or the representative, please step to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You would have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Gary Hammond. I reside at 1836 Withmere Way in Dunwoody, Georgia. My office is in Sandy Springs. I've been in business in Georgia for 28 years. To date, I've sponsored 36 communities such as the one I'm proposing before you tonight. I still have ownership in 25, 17 in Georgia. I want to thank you for your service to your community and echo statements that were previously made about your staff. They are excellent and have been a joy to work with. I've worn them out with many, many questions, and they've been patient with me answering all of those. And I want to thank the neighbors in the neighborhood. We've had an opportunity to meet them at the community information meeting, and then my office conducted a town hall meeting to present an expanded view of our vision and concept for this property. And I've received a number of comments and have worked with neighbors in trying to amend the site plan to the best of my ability to accommodate concerns, primarily related to buffers and light pollution. I would like to correct one thing for the record. The 3-story elevator building, we relocated the units from the 2 cottages into that, so it's actually 56 units in that elevator building, and then 2 4-unit cottages for a total of 64 units, which is accurately reflected in the staff review. It is no secret that I'm proposing to use a federal and state tax credit to finance this community. In a nutshell, that would mean that the income range would be approximately $2,200 to $3,800 per month for residents to qualify for the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hammond. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application, please step to the podium. You would have 2 minutes, 15 minutes total time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please step to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You would have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Beth Mebbs, and I reside at 3539 McCabe Court, and that's in Douglasville, Georgia, 30135. First of all, I'm a little surprised, and I apologize, taken aback by the mentioning of town hall meetings and meeting with the neighborhood and the HOA. As you know, Chapel Hills neighborhood HOA is a very large, active HOA, and I've only been to one meeting that I've had the luxury of meeting him at the meeting, and the board itself was obviously not very happy, as well as the neighbors. And the neighborhood itself, to my understanding, has not met in a town hall or made aware, at least our board members have not been made aware of any town hall that the neighbors or the residents have been able to be invited to, nor have we heard an outreach of people wanting to have this out there. So some of the issues that we have and that I'm surprised about is when he was talking about the traffic study. The traffic study alone, when we initially met with our board, they talked about how people of the age that would be in this facility don't tend to go anywhere or really drive anywhere or whatever. And I'm 51, my husband's 60. We burn up the roads every day. I don't know of many people who are sitting around, in their little senior home and they don't go anywhere. And I can't imagine that only 10 or 12 or 13 people need to leave their home in the morning. If it is a senior facility, they do have doctor's appointments, grocery stores. They have grandkids who are coming over. They have family members, et cetera. As we also know with the law, and my understanding is with any senior facility, you do have a certain percentage that does not have to meet the age requirement, that they can have other people who can come in who are under that age.
You're close to your time.
Okay. So some of the other things we talked about was the roads that are not maintained very well. Right there at Reynolds, we already have all these potholes and everything that we hit that we feel that's a safety issue, as he was talking about at Reynolds and at Stewart. I feel like the pictures that he showed were didn't really show the true, when we come out of Stewart, there's a lot of wrecks right there. It's a blind spot, so those cars, if they turn left, will actually be coming into a blind spot. And I guess I'm up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Please state your name and address for the record. You would have 2 minutes, sir.
My name is Kevin Thrash, and I live at 3149 Melissa Court. I've lived there for 25 years, and my boys are graduates of Douglas County High School. I've been to many other meetings like this over the years for the rezoning of residential to commercial on properties that are adjacent to my neighborhood, and we've lost them all. We didn't just lose the hearing, we lost on all the broken promises. The Kohl's Shopping Center, we heard conversations about buffers. We heard about lighting being poured down and non-invasive. We heard there'd be no garbage. What we got was front door views looking into commercial parking lots. We have orange cones in driveways that keep delivery trucks from turning around in our driveways. And across the street from Kohl's, at a rezoning on South Elizabeth, it was supposed to be a bank, but it's a palm reading store that is never open, and another residential property that's been vacant for more than a decade. We hear similar promises here. There's not going to be any mosquitoes.
1 minute.
So obviously the neighborhood doesn't want it, or at least my view of that is. I have to question why the county wants it. We got 200 new units that's coming on at the mall. There's already difficulty in getting through the traffic light with one change on Chapel Hill Road. Low-income residents don't have the disposable income to make a meaningful investment in our schools, in our stores, and in professional services. And the petitioner doesn't live in Douglas County, so all the profits are going to North Atlanta. So I'm opposed to the rezoning.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak, please state your name and address for the record. You also would have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Nicola White. I'm at 6080 Kingston Drive, Douglasville, Georgia. I'm a resident of the Stewart Creek at Chapel Hill subdivision, so our subdivision will be directly impacted by this. I don't understand about this town meeting that was supposedly had because we did not receive any information about this. The sign that was put on the side of the road was put in such a manner that you could not even read it from the road. We received this in an email a few days ago, notification about this. So we have not had any information as residents that would be directly impacted by this. I have 3 points that I'm concerned about. The traffic. It's already difficult to come out of Stewart Creek at Chapel Hills. And while they say it may be fine for them to come out on the road, it will be difficult for us because we're downhill on a curve. So that would be a problem for us coming out with the additional traffic. The other impact would be the quality of life. I know they stated that this is a senior living subdivision or neighborhood, but according to the information I received, it would be a low-income senior. The disparate type of neighborhood from what we already have with Stewart Creek at Chapel Hills, I just think the location is not the proper location for this type of development. The other issue would be the way that the impact that it would have to the residents as far as privacy. I know they're saying there's going to be a buffer or whatever, but there's not very much land in between. I'm sorry, I'm not as prepared as I would like to be because we didn't have very much information about this and very much time to get any information. So the other issue I have is the impact to our property value. I have been at my home for 14 years as one of the original buyers for Stewart Creek, and it has taken 14 years for us to get our property values past. For years, our property values have been underwater, and we have finally started getting our property values back up. And for this to come immediately adjacent to our neighborhood will, I feel, negatively impact our property value. That is my concern after we're just finally getting them to go back up. So those are my major concerns. That and the fact that we knew nothing about this. and have not had the opportunity to get information about this.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? You have 2 minutes per person. How much time do we have left in the 15? 8 minutes, okay.
Hi, good
And-
evening. My name is Desiree Naylor. My address 3125 Melissa Court. I purchased my home as my retirement forever home. I fell in love with the subdivision, which is what it's supposed to be. And the, excuse me, where they plan on building would be directly affecting the rear of my property. My property would face, the backyard would face the community center, which I bought it for the serene peacefulness, and instead they're gonna remove trees, and then I'm gonna be looking at a building. So aside from that, the traffic, we already have enough traffic, and to bring that in, it's just gonna make it like a whole lot worse. So I'm opposing it. That, you know, I understand seniors have to live somewhere. I'm a senior too, but hopefully if they can move somewhere else, that it would greatly be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening, Twana Terrain Henry. I reside at 9828 Forest Hill Drive, Douglasville, Georgia. I oppose this. I have family members who live in senior communities, and I can tell you, and I'm a Yankee, I'm from New York, and I've been in areas and neighborhoods where they brought in subsidized housing, and it did not improve your area. It brought down the value of the area, it brought down the quality of life, it brought not only traffic, because if they are seniors, they need help getting around. That's not a plus for them. That's a negative for us. Then also, on top of that, the income disparity. Let's just be honest. We already know that they're not going to be, they say they will bring the management into that neighborhood, but that might last for a year or two. Then after that, the management's going to go down. And the property manager, Mr. Hammond, already said he sold some of his properties. What's to say that he's going to continue to manage this property that he built here, this monstrosity of a three-story building that he's bringing into a golf community home neighborhood? That makes no sense at all. For this community, it brings no value to anything. If we want to elevate Douglasville and Douglasville communities, we need to keep it the way it is and bring in things that are going to elevate it, not things that's going to devalue our property values and the quality of life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition, please step to the podium. You would have 2 minutes. Now, one comment, we have a number of people I see we're getting here. If you have the same thing to say that somebody else has, best bet is just say, I agree with what's been said. We don't need to hear the same thing over and over and over again. We just need to know you agree. Thank you. Go ahead, man.
In agreement?
I am in agreement, but just one point of clarification.
Name and address, please.
Beverly Ellis, 6220 Millstone Trail. I am in Stuart Mill subdivision. I'm also a Realtor. This should not happen. I'm done.
Chris Alexander, 4462 Whistle Stop Lane, Douglasville. More peanut stands, less apartments.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Gerard Pettigrew, 6224 Millstone Trail, Douglasville, Georgia. After this impact report, what can I get from our commissioners? What can I get from our representative? Let me know.
I live at 3336 Gulf Ridge Boulevard, and
your name?
My name's Elizabeth Landers, and I am an educator. I would also like to say that the thing that hasn't been brought up is the crime. I have two young girls that have had to have lockdown in my home twice because of crime that has been coming in from all the building that's been going on down, you know, around that area in Chapel Hills, and I am tired of it. I've tried to stay here in Douglas County and to do my part to make this a great community for my children to grow up in, but more than recently, we've had, you know, a lot of crime coming in to Chapel Hill. We've had speed chases by the cops where we've had to all lock down in our neighborhood. We've had someone that came into our home one sunny afternoon, walked in my daughter, who had just gotten out of the shower. I mean, this is not acceptable. This is not why I came to Douglas County. And bringing things like this and other things that, you know, continue to come into our county and into that area needs to stop so that we can continue to live in a safe and wonderful community. And that crime is one of the things we need to stop and we need to think about. And bringing all this stuff in is bringing crime.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Have we got a minute left?
You've got two minutes.
My name's Robert Byers. Address is 6078 Kingston Drive, Douglasville, Georgia. I've lived in Douglas County over 50 years, so I've been around a while. Live in Stewart Creek. I'm concerned about the traffic situation. All the other things that these fine people have mentioned are all things I have had on my list, and a lot of them have been addressed for sure. But the traffic problem and the accidents that occur, this is a terrible place to have an entrance. I'll point out another thing that y'all all need to know. Where I live in Stewart Creek, we have low gas pressure at a lot of times and low water pressure. These are things that the county has to address in order for it to be solved. Adding to this demand, with more housing, more residents, is something that is not going to change unless the county does address some of those problems. And the road situation is horrendous. I have had neighbors clobbered trying to get out of the subdivision. People come up and down Stewart Creek running 70 miles an hour or better every day. Once a week, you have accidents. On a Friday afternoon, you can just bet between 5 and 8 o'clock, you're going to have the sirens ringing all over the neighborhood. I'm closer to Reynolds Road, so I hear those. But there are numerous locations where we have the accidents. I have other things I could say, but I'm going to say I'm opposed.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? We have a few minutes left. 2 minutes, one more person.
Hello, my name is Frida Waller, and I'm at 5029 Chapel Crossing. I'm an accountant, been an accountant for 30 years. I know for sure, without doubt, that if they build that community, it will bring our property values down. And we have been living there for 6 years now, and I was so proud to live in a golf community. My husband plays golf. We love our community, but we don't want this. And I'm asking you all to oppose it because it's going to bring our property value down, period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, 1 minute. Anybody else? I wish to thank everybody that's made their opinion known here tonight. That's what it's for. I will close the public hearing at this point in time. Planning and Zoning Board. Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to you for questions from the commissioners.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairman. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions or comments tonight for either the applicant?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, or the staff? Commissioner Carthen, you have the floor.
If the applicant can come to the podium.
Yes, ma'am.
So, having heard all of our constituents, our community members, I have heard them oppose the traffic study, which I know you did, and it's in the report. We have seen it. I have heard them state that there are a lot of crashes and a lot of accidents that happen along that road. Being that this is a senior living facility that you are proposing to put there, how would you address this? Because the last thing I would want is for a senior living in our community to have to deal with that type of traffic of 70 miles per hour of people coming down a road that they are trying to access to get to their homes or exit to get to wherever that they need to go. So that would be my first question to you.
Okay, so the traffic study, I believe, is accurate. The rule of thumb on a family property is approximately 7 trips per day, and they've estimated 210 trips in total per day, which is a little less than 4, and that reflects the fact that seniors just do not drive as much, and that entire traffic count doesn't just count the number of times a resident is coming and going from the property, but deliveries and other services that are coming. So I believe the traffic numbers are correct, and it shows a very small number of peak trips into the property in the AM and PM, but these residents are correct in that Stewart Mill Road is a 2-lane road that any additional traffic is, something that they don't want. I respect that. The issue that I have as a developer is what can I do to earn their support for this for traffic only, and the most logical.
Keep going.
Thank you. The most logical solution is a left-hand turn lane into our development, because if there's a left-hand turn lane, then that brings cars out of the travel lane, and it doesn't stop people from moving through a travel lane. So the challenges with a left-hand turn lane is cost and right-of-way. Now, typically, the traffic study would drive whether or not that type of improvement is necessary or not. And our traffic study states that there is no mitigating requirement, that we are not generating enough traffic. They looked at the existing traffic. They looked at it in a build situation, a no build situation, current condition, future condition, even further out. And in every case, the traffic study says that we do not impact the level of service. The problem is that the level of service is already bad on that road. So if you're going to have development, then you have to make improvements to your road system. And that costs money, which this county may not have. It's not on any sort of public improvement scenario. So all I can do is offer mitigation factors beyond what staff in the traffic study has stated. So I'm willing to offer that I will pay for a left-hand turn lane into our community to help alleviate concerns with traffic. The only thing that I would ask is that I can donate part of the property I'm buying, but I can't compel any other private property owner to donate property. And you have to widen on both sides. So the alignment would mean that I would give 25 feet on my side, and the neighbors across the street would give 25 feet. I think I have enough, because of the location of our driveway, I think I have enough frontage that I wouldn't need anybody else on my side, north or south of me, but 50-10 and properties across the street would also either have to agree to donate, sell at a reasonable price, or the county would have to help out. So I could stipulate that I will pay for the cost of a left-hand turn lane into the development if we can acquire adequate right-of-way to allow for that additional widening of the road. I'll agree to do that.
The second question that I have for you, and thank you for considering that. The second question that I have for you is in regards to the property management. As one of my constituents stated, that you had already sold some of your properties prior to this. What do you anticipate with this? And would this be something that you would turn over to a management company or another seller?
So I tell everybody that I'm a long-term owner of my properties. The earliest that I can exit any property is about 15 years out. So I stated for the record that I've done 36 communities, and I still own 25. The difference between 36 and 25 is the fact that I've been doing this for 28 years, and those are some of the properties that were the earliest in my development history. What happens is that they end up selling to either convert to market rate, or they get renovated and placed back in the same program that I'm proposing to use for financing. I don't own a management company, so I find the best management company out there to professionally manage all of my properties. It just so happens that the investor that I use for the purchase of the tax credits which finance this development also has a management company, and they have a vested interest in operating it professionally. The state continually reviews our management, our property conditions, and requires compliance. So you'll find that these properties built under this program are very well managed, very well maintained, take exceptional interest in compliance, because if you do not operate it in compliance with the program, there's a complete recapture of all the benefits that were received to be able to build it and provide quality housing at affordable rents. So I'm very comfortable in that we have the right approach to management and that it'll be a high quality management.
Can you talk about the age range of the seniors that you will allow into this property?
Yeah, so there are two federal programs where you're allowed to discriminate based on age, and one is 55 and older, and the other one's 62 and older. At 55 and older, there are some exceptions to where somebody less than 55 years old can live in the community, but we do not take advantage of that. Theoretically, you could allow 20% of the units to be occupied by a resident who's the head of the household who's less than 55, but we do not do that. And we could stipulate in the record and in the deed that we will not do that. We set a minimum age of 18, and the only reason why you'd have somebody, the head of household always has to be 55. So there'll never be a head of household below. So now it's about whether or not there's going to be any resident in the unit that's below 55. And in some cases, there could be a caregiver for somebody who's aged in place. And by the way, these properties are not typically occupied for somebody by people who are 55 and older. They're almost always a single person in the unit who's in their mid-60s, mid-70s, that are aging in place until they need a greater level of care. And it's possible that they could have a dependent who's disabled or a caregiver that could live there, but they'll never be below 18 years of age in our property. And there'll never be a head of householder who's below 55 years in our properties.
Did you consider another property within Douglas County to put this? And my second question to that is, why this particular development? Did you consider townhomes? Did you consider single-family living that would support what is already within the Stewart Mill and Chapel Hill community?
Yes, I've been making offers on this specific property for 2 years, and it wasn't until mid-last year that we finally got a response from the property owner, and they were interested in an offer. And I put the property under contract in, I believe, October of 2021, and at that time, in my contract, I put a zoning stipulation or condition in there that I would get at least 50 townhomes for families on the property. And I started proceeding forward with rezoning the property, and at that point in time, it was just 4947 Stewart Mill Road for 50 townhomes. And very quickly learned that there was a property across the street at 5010 that just tried to do over 100 townhomes and a small number of single-family homes, and they were not successful. So I talked to the developer of that, I talked to the city, I talked to the county, I talked to all the planning staff, I pulled all of the publicly available documents, and I made the decision that I would not be successful at 4947 with 50 townhomes. So I went back to the seller and I said that I specialize in senior housing under a special financing program, and would you allow me to continue under the contract with that proposal? And I ran it by key participants in Douglas County, decided to stay in Douglas County, not try to get into Douglasville, and switch to a senior living development.
What are you proposing that this development will cost, and how will it impact our tax base?
So it is approximately $17 million all in. We pay our fair share of taxes. There's no tax abatement or exemption for any of our properties, and like everybody else, we want our property tax bill to be as low as possible. So we will continue to talk to the assessors about what we think is a fair and equitable tax assessment, but there is no tax abatement or tax exemption for this community. And when you take into account the impact with jobs that will be created during construction, permanent positions that will manage the property and maintain the property, the lack of any sort of impact on schools, the fiscal impact statements that we've done, in other communities that are required show that this is a net gain for the community.
Given that we have a lot of single-family homes around there, and I, for one, am right off Chapel Hill Road, so I do understand the two-lane traffic. Believe it or not, I try to come out on there, and it is a nightmare. I really would like for you to consider going back to the drawing table in regards to I totally believe, and I have to say this from my heart, I totally believe that I want our seniors who are within District 3 and who are within the county to not have to move outside the county to be able to stay within the county with the friends and the senior services that we provide. Douglas County does a great job with providing senior services. As a matter of fact, we did a proclamation today regarding aging in Douglas County. It's a great county to live in. And I sincerely think that having affordable housing for our seniors is necessary. However, that is an area that it may not be safe, and it may not be the best possible area for seniors. I am, point of privilege, I am going to ask that you please not clap, because it kind of takes away from what we're trying to do in conducting the business. If you'll just hold your applause until after this, okay?
So you asked me, why this property? And there's a lot of reasons why this property. One is because Douglas County, in general, is a great place to live, and I'm operating under a specific plan that the state puts out with a scoring system that encourages people like me to find communities like you have that have good schools, good jobs, healthy economic indicators, And I've been all over Douglas County and Douglasville, and this is the location that is competitive, that scores well. So for example, a couple years ago, you had a property come through just like me at West Stewart Mill and Stewart Mill that was for 110 units, and they did not get funded. And, you know, we obviously looked at that inside of the reversionary clause and whether or not we could proceed with that property, and it will not score. It doesn't even come close to scoring. So I'll spend $30,000 to $50,000 on applying for this application in market studies, traffic studies, environmental studies, and it will not, none of those will be successful. What will be successful is this property this year, today, or going to Douglasville. Because Douglasville, as you know, is doing a lot of approving of apartments, and that's where these properties are getting. So welcome to my world. Everywhere I go, you know, not here. Everywhere I go, not here. Well, we got to have a big heart. I mean, we're talking about seniors that are $2,200 to $3,800 a month. I'm not talking low income, moderate income, high income, wealthy, poor. I'm giving you a range of seniors that will qualify for this community, $2,200 to $3,800 a month. Without putting names on what that income range is, that's who will live here. And this is a great site for this that will score competitively. I'm very confident it will be selected and the project will get built if you will allow it to. I've got 64 units, less than 6 units an acre, going on 11 acres with about 8 units perpetually in green space that will be there for 30 plus years. I mean, it's a very low impact on the property in general. I purposely pieced together enough land to have potential to buffer Melissa Court and Jennifer Lane. I understand that people aren't, you know, happy about it, but I will commit to a left-hand turn lane, and I ask for your support to be able to build this senior community in your community.
My last question, and I'll allow the rest of my commissioners to ask you any questions that they may want. If this is not approved, what will you do with that property?
I will give it back to the sellers. I have no plan for it. I've already been told I can't do townhomes on it, and now I'm being considered for senior housing, rental, obviously, but I do not speculate in land. I have a plan, and I'll go forward when I have zoning in place, and I can line up the financing.
Thank you so much for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen.
Madam-
Vice Chairman.
Madam Chair.
I heard Vice Chairman first, and then you next, Commissioner Guida. Vice Chairman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see. All right, so I'll be quick because this is going to be a long night. So for every yes, somebody wants to know. For every no, somebody wants a yes. This is what we do. At some point, you have to take a position. You don't get to abstain. You have to take a position. And hearing these voices here, and all I can do is hear and listen. And I heard other cries, though. Traffic is important. That corridor is important. You guys have a different character area than District 2. Yeah, I'm more residentially laid back. I'm straight commerce. Run it. Dense. You gotta maintain your character, take a position, speak up. The county has done a plan, a comprehensive transportation plan, which I'm the chair, to the tune of $773 million. All the roads have been rated. We know exactly the condition of our infrastructure. We need your participation to implement that plan, but we're very clear on that in each of the 4 commission districts. We are all aware of our areas respectfully. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, because sometimes you don't follow this. You only follow it unless it hits you in your backyard. And we get it, that's why you're here. Not in my backyard, or if you're ideologically opposed to something. Now, again, it's tough, we're the 14th most, no, we're the 12th most populated county in the state. We all just got back from ACCG Savannah for our annual training. But we're the 8th most dense. Listen, we're the 8th, we got a liberty footprint. We're on top of each other. You got a lot of overflow from Cobb and Fulton over here because it's more affordable. All right, we understand that, so we don't want the youth in here because that may bring a youth element. We don't want the seniors in here because okay, so what is the haves and have-nots? What are we saying here? But I get it. It's always about home rule. It is always about you got to take a position on things, and there is what I call choice. But we have to balance this. Oh wow, listen to this voice. Woo, woo. If we would apply what I just heard in this room across this county, woo. Nobody else, just us. You can work amongst us, but you can't live amongst us. It's like, wow, listen to the voices, but I get it. It's your backyard. It's just what you want, and your voice matters. And so I hear you very clearly. You know, like I said, you have to see people from their perspectives. We're very divergent in how we see the world. And so I really have no questions. Because I'm allowed home rule to rule, I just wanted to make my piece about what I heard, because I appreciate y'all being here. This was like, ooh, we hadn't had one of these in a while. And so I appreciate voices that you do participate. And you do put a demand on the system, say, okay, what's going on? So that's all I got, Madam Chair. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman. Commissioner Guider, you have the floor.
Yes. Mr. Hammond, I know that you made the statement about the county should do this, that, and the other, but the problem is the government, not just the county, because most of the development in that area is within the city limits of Douglasville. They make their own decisions. The 200 units, apartments going up right now behind the Arbor Place Mall, is going to create 400 more cars on Chapel Hill Road. We are going to be redoing the Reynolds intersection, the Stewart Mill and the Reynolds intersection there. We're going to be putting a left turn lane there. And you might want to consider how much that costs. I think it's around $300-something thousand, just if you just add a through lane, you know, a turn lane there. But the traffic problem is going to be on Chapel Hill Road, because most of the people that live there, they turn and go to Chapel Hill because that's all where the commercial property is. But the state, we're also going to be redoing that intersection at I-20 and Chapel Hill Road. It's going to take forever to redo that. They're doing one of those
Diamond diversions.
Yes,
Diamond
and
diversion.
that is in the making too. So in both directions, you're going to have road construction going on for a couple of years, plus the 400 cars they're adding with the apartments that the city approved. So we've got to catch up with the traffic. We can't do anything about what the city does. We can only do what we can decide, the unincorporated area. But there's a lot going in there. It's already a nightmare. I live on the western side of the county, and I try to avoid Chapel Hill Road. So, but of course, Highway 5's getting about the same too. But anyway, it's the timing and it's the density. It's just the wrong place to put something like that at this time. It is going to create more traffic, more accidents. We're already at a standstill over there. So I know the other complex was down there at Stewart Mill and West Stewart Mill. That was in my district. My district and her district are very close together right there. However, and I was disappointed that that fell through but that didn't back up into a whole bunch of residential property. It didn't affect the schools. It had 4 points of direction for cars to go in, and where you're proposing does not have that.
Thank you for your comments, and all I would say is that we've costed out that left-hand turn lane to the tune of $235,000. I've committed to put that in. The traffic study
But
speaks
that
for...
does it by the right-of-way on the other side of the road.
That's correct. So that would fall upon me or jointly on us to acquire the right-of-way, assuming 5010 comes back through for some sort of rezoning, which it's rumored to, whether it's through the county or through the city. I would try to coordinate with them to get the proper amount of right-of-way dedicated for the left-hand turn lane. And I hear what you're saying, but my project does not change the level of service. It's not great in certain locations, especially Reynolds Road, which apparently has a intersection improvement project coming. But the amount of traffic that I add from this community does not impact the level of service today or in the future in the build scenario. And I think everybody should take that into account.
I understand. I'm just saying it's going to add more congestion to that area.
Well, thank you for your comments, Commissioner.
Okay. With that, I yield back.
Okay. Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor. Commissioner Mitchell?
Oh, okay.
Yes,
I'm
you
sorry.
have the floor.
I didn't know whether that. Okay, so with that, just a couple of questions. Why this project? I'm assuming your research showed because there is a lack of housing, not only in Douglas County, but in the state of Georgia and so on.
Across the nation.
Correct.
Yes. In our market study, shows that in the primary market area, which is what the market analysts like to use, which is all of Douglasville and portions of Douglas County, that within the stated income range that I gave you, there are a need for 342 additional rental units at that income range for seniors, and we're proposing 57 at that income range because 7 of them are at market rate.
Right. And I know, I think I heard a young lady spoke that she's a realtor, so am I, and I know that there's a huge need there, though. One other quick question about the grants that you spoke of, the state and federal dollars that's kind of, I'm assuming, moving this project on. Can you speak to that if you get the grant or not? If you don't get the grant, I'm assuming this project will go away anyway, correct?
Yes, it would be like West Stewart Mill, where they either have to wait for the Georgia Department of Community Affairs Qualified Allocation Plan to change in a manner that it would make it competitive, or it would revert back because of your reversionary clause, or somebody would pick up and develop it market rate.
Right, so the bottom line is this particular federal and state dollars is really driving this project, along with, I'm assuming, how does it all fit the hand in glove when it comes to the local side of this and the dollars that's needed to drive this as well?
So there is no local monetary commitment.
That is correct. Understood.
So there's a federal credit that's been in place since 1987, and a state credit that's been in place since approximately 2003. It's an extremely competitive process every year. Approximately 25 or 30 projects across the state are awarded an allocation of tax credits to build housing for families or seniors at workforce income levels. And I believe that this property this year is extremely competitive and has a very high likelihood of being awarded. However, if it's not, for whatever reason, then it will remain rezone until somebody tries again, potentially next year, or it'll revert back to its current zoning.
That's what I thought, that's what I thought.
Yes.
And my last question, though, I'm hearing all the voices from the community stating that, I guess, the notification, how was that process with you done? And then where's the lack of that you probably see that we could have done better, not we, but you could have done better to make sure that they were informed?
Yeah.
Not that you need their permission. I'm not stating that. I'm just making sure that at least people are part of the process. The community is part of the process, understanding what that process is and what the potential of what your project would consist of.
Great question. So we're not talking about the community information meeting that the county sponsored and advertised for. We're talking about a town hall meeting that I promoted and held at Arbor Station. And in that case, I advertised for 3 times in the Sentinel, in the legal section with an ad that was approximately that big, and specifically invited anybody and everybody to come. And I sent letters to the exact same mailing list that the county uses for zoning purposes. And in retrospect, it obviously wasn't enough. I should have expanded it, but that's the procedure I followed.
Got it. And I'll close in this vein, though. Do you think with what you're hearing today from those that are just here, now that's only not even a third of the community, but just what we have in here today, do you think that would it be a challenge for you, yet along a challenge for your thought and your vision to go back and at least have that conversation? Again, I'm not saying that you need their permission. You need this board permission. But so they can at least see if there is a compromise, to see if there is a point where we could probably agree. And that, as Vice Chairman Robinson stated, there's for every yes, there's a no. But at least I'm looking for the conversation. I'm looking for the commitment and community that you speak highly of, and which I think your project is a great project for housing when it comes to seniors. But your comments.
I mean, I certainly cannot speak on behalf of anybody in the audience
All right.
today. I can say that I've had a number of what I think are very professional, courteous, constructive dialogue, emails back and forth with certain members who have an interest in this property, and I've continued to make concessions. And I call them concessions, but I mean, they have good questions, good comments, and I'm trying to earn their trust and respect. I think that in many cases that we've agreed on a lot of physical characteristics of the property that earned some support, maybe not all, but some. And when you look at the 2 different site plans, you'll see that there's a significant difference in the amount of land on the 11 acres that would have been graded. So, and let me state it one more time, is that out of 11 acres, only 3, roughly 3 are being graded. 3 will have impervious area with rooftop, parking lots, et cetera. 8 acres will be green space, and many of those acres will not be touched. They'll have a barrier to where no trees are cut down. And then we've talked about lighting and
A barrier
light
meaning
pollution.
a buffer. You're meaning a buffer.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, there's already a zoning buffer of 50 feet, which you have to achieve an 80% opacity, but I'm 100 feet in some places and 75 in a lot. I moved a detention pond because of concerns with Melissa Court and Jennifer Lane about the buffer and the detention pond.
Got it,
So
got it.
the timing is the issue, Commissioner, in that, sure, I'm always willing to continue discussions, but this is the zoning meeting that coincides with the application deadline.
And I understand, and I truly thank you for that much at least. I just listening, I just hear the lack of, not, anything in disregard to what you're saying and doing and what you did. It's just that I guess somehow the memo was missed. But I see they got the red memo, but they didn't get the memo about the project and what the project entailed.
Well, I believe there were 30 to 40 people who showed up at the community information meeting specifically for this, this proposal. And it's the town hall meeting that had significantly less. We had, I think, 7 at that.
Understood. And again, just my thoughts, but, I'll kind of lean toward my colleague, what we call home rule. But I just think it might do some good to at least have more dialogue with the community to see where there could be some compromise, maybe, and maybe not. But just listening to those that are here tonight, it doesn't seem like we got there yet. We didn't communicate well. The messaging wasn't quite there. But I think you did your messaging based on the signal and the ads and things that you say you did, though. But somehow, again, somebody in the whole shuffle missed the memo. So, again, thank you again. And again, I appreciate you and what you're trying to do when it comes to senior housing, because there's a desperate need. And I think we all know that. The question is location. Is this the right spot for it? I'm not sure. But again, thank you again, and
Thank you, Commissioner.
appreciate it. And Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. And Mr. Hammond, certainly respectfully, I appreciate your compassionate deliberation. Wanted to make it clear for the record, seniors are aging differently with improved eating habits, and they're living healthier lives. 70 is the new 50. And the narrative about seniors are aging in place and not driving is debatable. Certainly, my mother's 85, and she's still driving, and I have to chase her down. She's driving more than me. But with that being said, the voices tonight are very loud and clear that this location is questionable. Certainly, I know, again, for every yes, there is a no. But this area is very dense. The population is dense. It's just, I just would ask if you would just give some consideration. And Douglas County is a lot of land here, and this space is just, in my opinion, is not suitable for the project. I am certainly, I support our seniors. I lead the Senior and Aging Independence Committee for Atlanta Regional Commission, and I have oversight for 10 counties. So I hear your voice, and I advocate for seniors for 10 counties. But this particular project, just in that particular location, is just questionable and risky, in my opinion. So I'm not settled at this time. So I ask if you could just look around other places within the county. We are open for business. I've made that very clear on many occasions. It's just that spot is just something about that location every time. It's one that's not something that's questionable at this time, in my opinion. So with that being said, I will yield back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. At this point in time, I will apologize to the Planning and Zoning Board. I did not give y'all a chance to ask questions before I gave it over to the commissioners, but you've heard the questions and you've heard the discussion. Do you have any specific questions in addition to what's already been covered? Or do I have a motion?
I was going to ask Mr. Hammond the square footage. You said you increased the 3-story building. You increased units there because you took away from your single-story numbers. So what is the square footage of each unit within the 3-story building?
So the total square footage hasn't changed because the cottage units are approximately the same as the elevator building units. The net square foot, which is paint to paint, measured from the inside of all walls, is approximately 700 square feet for a one-bedroom and 900 square feet for a two-bedroom, two-bath. And what you're not obviously appreciating in that number is the significant amount of space that is for corridor circulation and community space. So for example, in this development, we propose a computer center, fitness center, wellness center, along with other congregate areas on each floor for the seniors to interact and gather with each other.
So you could not revise your plan to just use the cottage layouts on that 11 acres instead of the 3-story building?
So the magic behind the 3-story buildings was to get as far away from Melissa Court and Jennifer Lane as possible. So theoretically, because we looked at it for 50 townhomes, so we could probably move all the cottages around both parcels of land and get close to the same number of units, but we will consume the entire site.
So your buffer would be less from the
Yes, ma'am.
subdivisions. Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, can you address the property value decrease that you've been hearing that the members of the community have been talking about, as far as like the other properties you have?
Yeah. So this might not surprise any of you, but you could Google anything and find support for whatever your opinion is.
Yeah, but what I'm saying.
So we
give
have.
me anecdotal.
So I'm a market analyst. I'm a appraiser by trade. I'm an expert witness, qualified in a number of courts. We've studied that issue exhaustively, and I could put in the correct searches and ask for impact on property values with low-income housing tax credit properties or tax credit properties or affordable housing, and then you start looking for credible studies. And we've tracked, say, 20 studies, and only 3 out of 20 studies have come to the conclusion that there could be some impact on property values. And in every single one of those 3 studies, it got down to management and disrepair and who they let into the property, the obvious things. This other 17 found absolutely no impact on property values. And in fact, in many cases, we've put these properties in areas where economic development was, vital, and they've improved property values. In cases of zoning in other places, we've been able to prove that from a tax assessment value, that the tax assessments have continued to go up around all of our properties, and we've had no impact whatsoever on property values. And if anything, I believe we improve property values.
All right, I just want to get, so you had a lot of different properties, you've done this for many years. I was wondering, from your studies, from your particular properties, not necessarily a Google search, but have you done the research? You seem at 15 years or so you had a lot of time to, really study this, if that's what you wanted to do.
Yes, sir. So in peer-reviewed, studies that have been done out of educational institutions, have been done to scientific standards, that the majority of studies show there is no detrimental impact on property values. When we've studied our own properties and looked at other similar communities and nearby values, we found no impact whatsoever. Sir?
Well, a question. Based on what the commissioners had talked to you about earlier, as far as having enough information out, make sure everybody get the memo, I think we use that phrase. Would you consider tabling your request, your application, I know you said you're on the timeline for the tax credits. But however, would you consider tabling your application in order to maybe do another town hall or whatever way to actually meet with the people that's here? There's more than 7. You said only had 7 people, right, that came to your town hall or what have you, but I mean, you got more right here, so
Yeah.
maybe you need to do a better, if you do a better job to solicit their participation, if you table this, give you a chance to do that.
So there's, unfortunately, sir, it just won't work in the time frame this year because I won't be able to apply for financing on May 20th. And if I don't apply on May 20th, then I will not be in the cycle for award, and then it won't align with my purchase contract. I'll have to terminate and give it back to the seller.
So, let me make sure I'm clear. You're saying that the application with the state, is it with the state or government?
It's the state, it's the
State.
Georgia Department of Community Affairs.
Okay. That, what's the timeline for that? When does that have to be
It's
submitted?
due on May 20th.
Okay. You have to have it rezoned? Does it have to be approved by then before you can submit your application?
Yes,
or be considered?
Yes, sir, it's a threshold requirement that you cannot submit an application unless you're properly zoned.
Okay. All right, I'm just curious, I'm trying to work out a way that maybe Alicia can try to, convince people to, support your endeavors, but if you got a timeline, was it annually? This is an annual type timeline? or-
Yeah, and then usually about the same time every year.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you, that's one question I have.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, planning and zoning? If not, do I have a motion?
This is Frank Payne. I make a motion to deny application Z 2022-43.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
It's Rob Thomas, I second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Do we have any discussion, planning and zoning board? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for a vote on the motion to deny application Z 2022-43. Please signify by raising your hand. In favor? All opposed? Two. Okay. Madam Chairman, we have a motion to deny application Z 2022-43.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Carthen, you have the floor.
I make a motion to accept the recommendation to deny application Z 2022-43 as so stated from the Planning and Zoning Board.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Board of Commissioners, any discussion? We have a motion and a second. When I call your district, please respond accordingly. District 1.
I'll defer to the home rule. Voting first, I guess.
District
I'll
2.
defer, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, District 1 again?
No, I said I'll defer to home rule and then I'll vote.
Okay, okay, thank you. District 2,
Accept.
accept to deny, is that what you're saying? Okay, accept to deny, okay. I just want to make sure. Okay, District 3,
Accept the recommendation.
okay. District 4,
Accept the recommendation.
okay. District 1,
Accept.
okay, and Chairman, accept. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote to accept, to deny this application, and the motion carries. And I yield back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hammond.
Please hold your hand.
Mr. Schaefer, we'll give it a minute to allow the exit. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Come here, we need some water. Boss is leaving. I know, we used to have water.
I'm gonna be eating right now at the house.
I know, I'm sitting here, yeah. I know, this is how.
Yeah, that'd be great.
You can do it. But they may not come back, that's the problem. Yeah, give them 5 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Schaefer, everyone, we're going to take 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and we'll be back.
lost my voice.
Mr. Schaefer, would you introduce our next agenda item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the slideshow, please. Next agenda item is that should be Z2022-44 Thornton Road Development LLC, a request for a rezoning from CHC Heavy Commercial with conditions to LI Light Industrial for warehouse storage located at Thornton Road, Riverside Parkway, and East Paddock Way, Lithia Springs, 30122. The land lot is 181, District 1, Section 5, parcels 1, 2, 3. Lot size is approximately 8.96 acres. The property is on the site's actually surrounded by a street. I'll show you that site plan in a sec. It's south side of East Paddock Way, north side of Riverside, and east of Thornton. The property was graded out some years ago for development, but it's currently vacant and mostly trees. The proposal is to construct a 98,960 square foot single dock warehouse facility with access to East Paddock Way via 2 entrances. The planning concerns where there appears to be possible drainage pattern on the property that might have created a stream cut and possible wetlands. If confirmed, there would be a 50-foot undisturbed and 75-foot impervious setback without additional effort on the part of the applicant to do the necessary work to culvert those things. The southeast corner of the property does contain a small area within the 100-year flood zone. I'll show you that in a sec as well. The property is within the Quality Growth Overlay District, so there'll be a requirement for additional landscaping treatment along the frontages, as well as architectural criteria regarding the building facades and materials. And a portion of the parking area does encroach a little bit into the required front yard landscaping requirement along East Paddock Way. Zoning of the properties, you can see the surrounding properties are either dark blue, light blue, that's light industrial already, or light industrial restricted. To the southeast is the existing CHC. That was, I think, supposed to be a gas station at one point. And then the property is surrounded by the street, Thornton and Riverside. Here is the site in context so that you can see the warehouses that are surrounding it. This is the proposed site plan showing the 2 entrances off East Paddock Way on the top of the drawing, and then the slight encroachment into the required setback along Riverside, which is that south little triangle sticking in there. And then here is a picture of the site looking to the northeast, basically, along Thornton and Riverside, so you can see how the property looks right now. And here we are looking east along Riverside Parkway with the site on the left. Paddock intersection is just ahead on the left there. Here we are looking east along Paddock Way at the property entrance over there on the other side of the road. And here again, we're looking westerly. How does that say east? It should be westerly along East Paddock Way. In the distance will be the Thornton Road intersection, and on the left will be the project. Staff reviewed the zoning criteria for this project and supports the requested use, and we are recommending approval. Findings as follows. A, the rezoning will not modify the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Douglas County Unified Development Code. B, the proposed zoning is consistent with the comprehensive future land use plan. Categorization of this property as within the Commerce Center area, incorporating mixed use, mixed industrial, general, and heavy commercial uses. C, the uses permissible in the proposed zoning district are generally compatible with the surrounding properties. D, granting the rezoning will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And E, the character of this area is still transitioning towards more industrial mix of uses. And staff recommends approval with the one condition that the applicants submit to the Development Review Committee, DRC, for review and consideration the specific site development and access management plans to address the development standards in the UDC and the concerns and requirements expressed in specific agency impact statements reviewed in the staff report dated May 3rd, 2022. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, please step to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You would have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes.
My name is Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 49. I'm here with Matt Bentley. Matt's been involved in this business for some time. He was delivered by miracle from heaven from law practice at some point. He's done a reputable job in other matters. Currently zoned heavy commercial. We were going to use it for a peanut stand or an in-home bakery. We decided
That's a large peanuts, right?
Decided to move away from that to a light industrial building. They're all around. It's a 98,000 square foot building, tilt-up concrete, office in the front, in the rear. There's a market for this. Interestingly, it's kind of a niche market for something other than the massive 200 and 304,000 facilities. We consent to the condition of zoning and request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fowler, does your client agree to the condition?
Yes, sir, he does.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please step forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the staff or the applicant?
I have a question for Mr. Schaefer. So, Mr. Schaefer, is this the final parcel of land in that area that can be used for warehouse? I mean, is this the last warehouse we're going to see out there?
Oh, no. If you're
Oh,
talking
there's
about
plenty more?
in the Thornton corridor?
Yes, sir.
No, it's not. There are other parcels west, Factory Shoals into the property to the west. So there's still several parcels that could be done. And in fact, we'll see those at some point in the next few months. There's projects that are coming in south of the one we approved some weeks, or a couple of months ago, that'll be at Factory Shoals and Rock House, and several as you come down Rock House and come out on Riverside. There's some land in there. But as far as this project, in that immediate area, there is only this corner and the southeast corner of Thornton at Riverside that could be developed, that other commercial CHC zoned property. We don't have anybody accessing the one on the south side of Riverside. It's just this one that they're asking for.
So is this a spec building, or is there a particular tenant?
It's a spec building right now.
Spec building,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
Ms. Rob Towns, I have a question. This is for the applicant. So how many units are we going to have here? Get into more specifics. How many units?
Would you state your name and address for the record first, please?
Of course. My name is Matt Bentley, 1119 Drewsbury Court, Smyrna, Georgia, 30080. So it's a roughly 98,000 square foot building. There's a particular need in Douglas County right now for this product type. You've got a 2.3% vacancy rate in general for this product type, and then as far as smaller users within Douglas County, Douglasville, Cobb, moving out into Carroll County, you just don't have a lot of product that's available for them to grow into. So when they're in the 5 to 10 to 20,000 square foot spaces, there's not a lot of 30, 40, 50,000 square foot spaces out there for them to move into. And this fits that need nicely. So to answer your question, you probably have anywhere from 1 to 4 users that could go into this. So anywhere from 25,000 feet of space to 100,000 square feet of space.
Okay. So you're renting them out, leasing them out to industrial. What's your price point? Do you have any type of price point yet until you break the board?
So this product type will rent somewhere between $7 to $10 per square foot.
What about utilities? Is everything included with these spaces, or I'm not going to say included, but so you have possibly 4 tenants per warehouse, you're saying, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what type of leases are you going to have on these? How many terms on these leases? Just curious.
Typically they range from 3 to 10 years.
10 years. Okay, that's cool. Do you have any questions?
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board? If not, Madam Chairman, I'll open the floor to the Board of Commissioners.
Board of Commissioners, any questions at this time? Okay, we have no questions. I yield back to you.
Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the presentations and the questions and answers. Do I have a motion?
There was a...
Rob,
Go
Go
ahead.
Chairman, it's Rob Thomas. I'd like to make a motion to approve applicant Z 2022-44, request for rezoning from CHC Heavy Commercial with Conditions to LI Light Industrial for warehouse storage located on Thornton Road, with all the conditions read in by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Brandon Pitterman, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the question. Everyone wishing to approve application Z 2022-44, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Unanimous approval of application, approval recommendation of application Z 2022-44.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Chairman Simmons, Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Board with its finding and conditions for application Z 2022-44.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. When I call your district, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Approved.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations.
All right, guys.
Thank you very much. Best of luck to you with that 98,000 square foot.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. Schaefer, would you introduce our next and last agenda item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The next item is Z 2022-45, Rose Hall Properties LLC, a request for a rezoning from PUD Planned Unit Development to RHD Residential High Density for a townhome community located on Simon Road, Douglasville 30135. It's in Land Lot 87, District 1, Section 5, and it's Parcel 2, approximately 4.24 acres. The subject tract is located on the west side of Simon Road. It's wooded, it's undeveloped. The property was the subject of case Z 2002-117 for the Ashworth subdivision project. The property was granted a PUD, Planned Unit Development zoning authorization with conditions on November 7th, 2002. The Ashworth subdivision units have since built out, with this being the last remaining segment of unbuilt land that was originally a part of that PUD. Since then, the applicant's proposal is to establish a single-family townhome subdivision containing 31 lots over the 4-acre site. The proposal includes a new access road, amenities for the residents, open space, and some required drainage detention structure. The applicant is requesting to rezone out of the PUD and into the RHD Residential High Density District to provide a more appropriate development standard specific to the townhome footprint and the structure's sizes being developed. The project has requested high-density residential district zoning so that they will be required to connect to public sewer. It is available. And then the other piece of the problem is the site plan shows a 24-foot structural zoning buffer on the south end of the property, and that would require a variance. The current standard requires a 50-foot incompatible zoning buffer that must be left undisturbed between high-density residential and the neighboring low-density residential to their south. The buffer may only be administratively reduced to 60% or 30 feet with the addition of the structural fencing buffer and landscaping as they've proposed. Here is a picture of the property showing the existing green is planned unit development. The cream color is residential low density, so you can see that within the proximity of the proposed site, the majority of what surrounds them is PUD, so that would be light zoning for the high density, but to the south, there is single-family residential low density, and that would be the incompatible zoning buffer requirement. Again, I wanted to show you both pictures. So the original survey of the property when they came through for rezoning to PUD is on the right, and you can see the small tract 2 is that piece in the lower left of the survey is what's left after everything else has been built, and you can see that on the left-hand aerial view of the property. Here is the site plan for the project. Again, I'll point out along the south edge there where the townhomes are staggered away from the cul-de-sac. They are, in fact, showing a 24-foot, which should have been a 50-foot that we could reduce administratively to 30 feet with a structural buffer that they're proposing. So they will have to adjust that a little bit. And then here are some examples of the townhomes in Douglasville that can be built, and this is one of the elevations that they had submitted for your review. Here's a picture of the property. We are looking north along Simon Road. The existing entrance to Ashworth is on the right, just ahead of the light pole, and the proposed entrance to the subdivision would be immediately opposite that on the left. And then here is a look south along Simon Road, back the way we were just coming, and the proposed entrance will be on the right. Here again is looking west from Georgia Drive, which is the northern entrance to Ashworth, back towards what would be the residential development. Through the woods there, you would see townhomes instead of trees as you look through there. Again, looking out of the Ashworth towards the neighbor just to the north of the proposed site. Here, we reviewed the zoning criteria and find that all of the criteria support the requested use. We recommend approval of Z 2022-45 from PUD to RHD with the following findings. A, the rezoning will not modify the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Douglas County Unified Development Code. B, the uses permissible in the proposed zoning district are generally compatible with the surrounding properties. C, granting the rezoning will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And then two conditions that, number one, the project shall conform to the overall development plan for the site as presented. Any modifications to the standards or the lot configurations or development standards identified in this ODP would require an amendment to the approval. And then two, the applicant shall submit to the Development Review Committee, DRC, for review and consideration the specific site development and access management plans to address the development standards in the UDC and the concerns and requirements expressed in the specific agency impact statements reviewed in the staff report dated May 3rd, 2022. And with that, I conclude my staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. And I guess I understand that if this is approved, they would have to come to the variance, planning and zoning variance meeting.
If we
for
leave the
buffer.
site, yeah, if the site plan stays the way it is and is not modified, we would have to have a variance to be able to do what they're showing. So we just need a slight modification of the dimensions that are being shown to be able to go forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open the public hearing on this matter at this point in time. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, you would have 2 minutes, 15 minutes total.
Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 489. The site was initially, as noted by Phil, Ashworth subdivision rezoning that I did back when I was in high school.
2 years ago.
Just last year, right?
That was last year.
It was a long time ago. And when we did this zoning, we recognized that single family at that location might not develop because it's small in size. I think it might be 8 units under the current zoning. Phil and I talked about that a little bit. Now, it's never developed, of course, over the years, and our client selected this site because it's consistent with the future land use plan, suburban living, which could provide needed housing for younger buyers or retirement-type people like myself who don't want to do yard work anymore, and there is an extraordinary demand for housing like this. I note that the site plan proposes the 31 lots using the 2,400 square foot lots required by the code. The plan now, unlike what you saw initially after we talked about the project, is to provide for 24-foot fronts with 2-car garages, not single-car garages, but 2-car garages and 24-foot fronts. That's then driven up what we believe to be the starting price for these units to the low to mid 300s. The houses will average 1,800 square feet. The interior finishes will have a big impact, as everyone knows, on the ultimate pricing. These are intended for fee simple purchase, not for rental. The staff has recommended approval of the project. Our client agrees to those conditions. I'll note that the elevations are being architecturally developed at this point, but we provided some sample elevations from some of the other projects currently built in the area. Camden Place Rosewood Village, the villages at Brookmont. One of the plans actually under consideration is for a three-story, maybe a collection of three-story units. We attended the public information meeting from a couple of weeks ago. We met a neighbor who was concerned about the project, somebody that I've known for a long time, in fact. One of her concerns was the possibility of individuals trespassing from the development onto the neighboring properties to the west. If you look at the site plan again, you'll notice some single-family homes along through there. She happens to live in one of them. We talked about it among ourselves, and I spoke with her today. In fact, told her that we are be constructing a perimeter fence, a fence where we adjoin those properties. We know about the required variance on the south boundary. We've talked about that. We'll work with staff on how to address that. If we have to move or remove a couple of the lots to meet with that, if no variance is requested, then we will do that. We also know about the DOT requirements that are listed to be constructed along Simon Road. Those will be constructed, of course, before anything further develops with respect to the site. That's the presentation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler.
The clients are here, Kathy Laurent and Lorenzo Pritchard, those who are working on this project.
Okay, anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? You don't have to. Okay, thank you very much. I will close the public hearing of those in favor and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please step to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of staff or applicant's representative?
Yes, this is Or Curry, Mr. Chair. To the applicant, yes. Both of y'all can come up. Don't be scared. I see that you saying that the price range is going to be around $300,000 for those townhomes. Is it going to be in kind of like a HOA community where there has a restriction, or are they just going to be, how is the lawns going to be maintained? How are, some of the structure, is there going to be any amenities in there? Just, are they going to, so if you kind of could explain that, because I kind of know about townhomes.
Good evening.
Okay, before you start, name and address for the record, please, since you haven't presented before.
Good evening, Kathy Lawrence, 1816 Don Robin Drive, Smyrna 30082. Yes, we're planning to do a HOA community, and the amenities that we have so far is we're having a play area for kids. We're also having a grilling and meal kiosks. So because of the size of the sites, we can have a lot of amenities, for example, like a pool and stuff like that. So we're trying to provide as much as possible sufficient backyard spaces so that persons can, it could be a better community.
So with that being said, what would be some of your HOA fees that you would require? Because will they be required to cut their own lawn, or will that be something that it'll be a part of the HOA duties to do?
That would be part of the HOA, but we haven't finalized the fees as yet. Yeah.
Okay. And you said they were two-car garages.
Yes.
Are they single, or are they just one big garage? Two single garages?
They're one big garage.
Okay, all right.
How many bedrooms will it be?
We're looking to 3 to 4 bedrooms. We're still evaluating, but we want to have a variety for persons, for starter families, and a variety of family types.
Mr. Chairman, Rob Thomas had a question. Have you developed any other lots like this before, townhomes before?
No, this would be our first townhome development.
Okay. Or any other single family or anything else? This is your first actually project like this?
Yeah.
Okay. Why'd you choose this area? I know you said you live in Cobb. Why here at Douglasville?
Lorenzo Pritchard, 2595 Harrison Mill Drive, Douglasville, Georgia 30135. I chose the area because it's in my community. I've lived in Georgia, Douglasville, for the last 10 to 12 years. Yeah, it's been a while. It's going on 12 years now. And I just wanted to do business in Douglasville. I've done business before. I've worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department for 11 years. Left the police department and started doing my own security company. So wanted to move from that into development. And the opportunity presented itself.
That's a big leap there. It just seems like it just seems like a big leap from, no. So who are you working with? Who are you working with to get it to, to learn it, to learn the process and to get everything done correctly? Who are you working with? I'm just curious.
Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, so right now what we're doing is we intend on doing is hiring persons that are within the community, for example, architects, contractors that are very familiar with the area, so that we can make sure that we provide all the concerns and all the best facilities that we can within the community.
Okay. All right. What's your time frame on this? So it's 31 townhomes. What's your time frame?
So we're planning on developing next year. It should take around 9 to 12 months given the current market. So that's the time frame that we're working with.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
I just have one specific question about this specific plot of land. Like, how'd you guys come about that plot of land? What made you say, hey, this such a small square footage of land, we want to use this for townhomes? What made you come to that conclusion?
So based on our research and evaluating the area, we noticed that there was a need for diversity in terms of there was a lot of single-family homes within that area and not much townhomes. So we wanted to create some form of diversity for single-family or starter families or young professionals within the area, so that you could have a more diverse community within that area.
Okay, and are you guys the sole owners of the property, or are there other investors that are involved with the acquisition of this land?
Yeah, so I'm the sole owner of the property. Myself and my business partner, Rohan Brown, are the two owners.
Awesome. Yeah. No further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll yield the floor to the commissioners for any questions y'all may have.
Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions at this time? Commissioner Guido?
Just one question. Does this butt up against the church right there on Simon Road?
I don't believe so, no.
Doesn't? Okay, because I thought it did. So I was just going to ask what kind of buffer you were going to have for the church, but.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Okay.
It's mostly residential.
All right. I yield back.
Okay. Any other questions, Board? Commissioner Carthen?
So you haven't identified the builders that you will be using or the architect for this project?
We're still deciding which architect and builders that we're using at this moment, but we haven't finalized anything, no. That's why we submitted the examples or references of what we intend to pursue within that area.
And the reason for wanting to take it out of the planned unit development, you just did not want to do single-family homes like what was already there, or can you speak to that?
Because of the size of the property and because of we wanted to provide more housing and the need for more housing within that area, we felt that it was we needed to provide a variety of townhomes. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Within that area. So that's one of the reasons why we decided to move towards townhomes.
Have you looked at that area? Like, is that in a flood zone? Have you done any studies within that area? Because I pass by there a lot, so I know exactly where it is. And I've campaigned up in there, so I do know where it is. So have you done that study? Like, have you looked? You have?
It's based on the, let me just look at
I mean, if you have and you are good with it and you know what you're getting, okay, all right. 4-bedroom units is a lot for that little area. So if you think about it, you're gonna have more than 2 cars per townhome, more than likely, if you're talking about a 4-bedroom unit.
And I can answer to that. The reason, well, why we said 3 to 4 bedroom, the end units, we're proposing a mixture. So they have space. We have, based on how we've laid out the townhouses, we have space to provide the 4-bedroom options, where we have a room at the first floor level with the garage, and then we have 3 bedrooms at the top, and then the living dining room in the center. And then the other units could have a bonus room on the first level, and then the 3 bedrooms at the top.
Okay. And with the entrance, what are you going to do to beautify that? Because there's a lot of trees right there. And actually, the trees are nice,
yes,
right? We
agree.
like that in Douglas County. We do like our trees. So are you proposing to cut down a lot of trees, or how would you, with that entrance area?
We're trying to keep as much of the trees as possible. We do have to clear some of the trees for the development, but that was one of the reasons why we chose that area, and Douglasville County, with Lorenzo living with that area, because of the natural vegetation. So it's something that we think will add to the development, and we definitely do not want to tear down all of the trees within that area.
Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Any other comments or remarks, board? Okay, being none, I yield back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the questions, the answers, and the presentations. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Brandon Penniman, I'd like to make a motion to approve application Z 2022-45, a request for rezoning from PUD to RHD for a townhome community as presented by staff.
Thank you very much. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Frank Payne, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor of approving application Z 2022-45, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, we are sending it to you with an approval recommendation for Z 2022-45 with the conditions as read into record by staff.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board regarding application Z 2022-45 with the conditions as read.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second, board. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. When I call your districts, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. With nothing else on the agenda, I will adjourn the Planning and Zoning Board meeting and turn it over to Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, if there's nothing else to come before this body, this meeting is adjourned. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.